Good afternoon and welcome to a regular Oak Harbor City Council workshop. It is 2 p.m. It is October 27th, and this is Mayor Bob Severns. I'd like to call this city workshop to order. Due to COVID-19, this will be both a physical meeting location and a virtual meeting per Washington Proclamation 20-28. I am attending virtually, and we will introduce those present in our council and a couple who are also attending virtually in just a minute. Due to Governor Inslee's most recent order, masks are required for everyone in council chambers, regardless of vaccination status. City staff are participating via teleconference. Today's meeting may be viewed live via YouTube and on cable channel 10, HD 1090. Guests that are included in staff presentations, if any, will be excused from the Ring Central meeting at the conclusion of the agenda item as appropriate. We do have two action items on today's agenda. So I will ask our city clerk to do a roll call at this time. Julie, take it away, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Pro Tem Munns. Present. Councilmember Heisen.
Present.
Councilmember Servadius.
Present.
Councilmember Wassinger.
Oops, present.
Councilmember Wiesner.
Present.
Mayor, Councilmember Mack has indicated he will be absent today, as will Councilmember Goebel.
Okay, thank you, Julie. So we have present in our city council chambers, Mayor Pro Tem Munns, Councilor Heisen, and Councilor Servadius. And attending virtually along with me are Councilor Wiesner and Councilor Wassinger. So thank you for that. And we have, I'd like to start our agenda today with some information regarding our employee morale and communication. As I indicated at our last regular city council meeting, I made a request to staff to provide me with their comments regarding employee morale and communication, and we've had 47 employees that responded. Employees either submitted comments via email or the comment box at City Hall or in my mailbox at City Hall and through interoffice mail. Due to the comments heard from staff, I have also included a few comments sent earlier in the year by staff, or no, not necessarily by staff, but sent earlier in the year in regard to council conduct that I thought were pertinent. These comments were sent to council when they were received. I'd like to take a few minutes, but not a long time at this point, to review. We have, we'll go through this rather quickly at this time. I want to express and send my sincere thanks to our employees for, number one, for responding, for your frankness. All comments are unedited and were provided to council prior to this meeting. So I think I'll ask our staff just to fairly quickly go through these, not such that our readers can read all at this point in time, but you'll get an idea of the size of the comments. Some were pages long and a few pages, I should say, and some were fairly brief. I will express some next steps and then ask council for comments in just a few minutes. So again, I want to thank our staff for their frankness, for their getting these into us. I know there were more than one concern about not having enough time. You've got all the time you need, please. We tried to set a date or a time so that we could at least share these at this point. We want your comments to continue. So don't feel like you're that you can't comment because you missed the time frame. We need to hear your comments. I would imagine, and again, I'll give council some time to comment here before long, but I'd just like to say a few things that I think the first thing we can do is one of the very short comments was to listen more and talk less. We need to take immediate action where we can. I don't know about you, but I want to study these comments more, certainly additional comments as we receive them. Look for things that we can work on immediately for immediate action. I saw some things about COLAs and some better communication. Where are we? Why haven't we done things? And so we can work on those together. And I believe that the council will want to do that too. I know that certainly there were some direct shots at myself and some on council. You know, that's a good thing. We need to hear those and try to help solve those concerns going forward, perhaps so that you don't feel that way. We need to find out more. We need to identify the trends, as I've mentioned, and ways to address those, improve and encourage the dissemination of information to staff at all levels. I think that, and I've already said most of the things that are on this slide, work together with City Council to address the COLA and contract negotiations in a timely manner. We can encourage more of these comments, as I've already done. Find the most common elements, and that's what staff and I will work on together with council. Act quickly to understand and solve concerns, and then we will schedule a retreat for City Council early in the year 2022. Hopefully we can have many of these concerns at least better understood by then, and continue to work on those for our staff. I, for one, realize that you are the most important part of what we do, and it's important that we spend time and effort to change the morale as best we can. So with that, I'd just like to see if council has anything at this point. If not, you know, please know that we're going to be working on this together. Anybody? Lots to digest.
Councilmember Wiesner's hand is raised.
Councilor Wiesner.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, lots to digest, and even more than digest, lots of work to do, right? When reading this last night, and I stayed up quite late reading it because I read it actually several times, because you know there was several key words that stood out. You know, communication, right? You know, that word came up many times, and I think I've already expressed my thoughts regarding that at length at the last council meeting. You know, words like lack of advancement, you know, understaffing. You know, I mean, there was a dozen or more words that came through consistently in a lot of these, and they're important things that need to be addressed. They're things I think that every business, you know, sometimes struggles with, and sometimes we we need to just take a step back and take a look at how that is affecting our staff, because, when we affect our staff, we affect our constituents, we affect the people of the city, we affect everybody, because the staff is what makes it happen. So, I got to tell you, I can't thank staff enough, those of you who took the time to provide these frank comments. I can't tell you how invaluable they are. That for me, they're not, deaf ears type of reading by any means. And the fact that you took the time to step outside your comfort zone and provide this information to us to help us understand and do better at what we do, I certainly appreciate it. And I know it wasn't easy for some of you, right? And some of the stuff isn't easy to hear, but it needs to be said. Right, and you did it, and thank you for that. More importantly, there were some words that alarm me, and that's not to say that communication doesn't alarm me and some of these other things. These are all things that I think need to be constant focus, and hopefully this is going to bring this stuff up to the forefront. And we all get wrapped up into doing all of our little things, and sometimes we forget the basics, and this is a good, hip check for that. But there's some words in there: retaliation, lack of trust, lack of confidentiality, fear, right? Those are nothing. Those are words that no employee should ever have to experience. This is everybody's livelihood. I get this. This is how you put food on your table, but this is a job, right? And for you to have to feel that in order to put food on your family's table, that's not right. And so I can just say I have a couple of challenges that I would like to pose. Some of these are to myself. Right, and I think rightfully so. We all have to look in the mirror, right? And but I'd like to challenge first off all of our department heads to look at the issues we're having with communication, look at the issues we're having with lack of advancement, understaffing, and look at those and take those serious. Those are coming from people under your direct supervision. Nobody knows your department better than you. At least that's what I would hope. And come to us, come to the council, come to the administration with ideas as to solutions for some of the issues that are those words that kind of came up over and over again. I mean, obviously, when you see it from multiple people, there's a little bit of weight behind it, right? And let's take a look. Let's take a look at our departments. Take a look within our departments, and bring forward to administration the tools that you folks need, and the tools that you folks need from both the administration as well as council to be able to try to resolve some of this and look at a way moving forward. And I know we all got a lot on our plate, right? But this is actually some of this stuff is stuff that should probably keep us awake at night, right? So I know it did me last night. And so when we're sitting there awake late at night thinking about this, let's sit down and start jotting that down sooner than later. And I'd like to see some of that stuff back from department heads, and that's a challenge. The other thing is I'd like to challenge the mayor to launch an investigation into some of the comments involving fear and retaliation. Obviously we saw it from more than one comment within here. It appears as though based upon this that it may not be an isolated feeling. And I think it's a serious issue, and I think it warrants an immediate response as to what's going on there. And I would certainly volunteer myself. I would to be involved in that, but I would certainly think we would like to have a member of council, obviously some of the administration, and it's something we need to take very seriously, and that's my challenge there. Obviously, it's not my role. I firmly do understand my role within the city, and when I do communicate with staff, I don't think I've ever asked staff to do anything. It's more of a question and answer session, and I'll continue to try and be available to staff when they have questions for me, and as well as they've always been great about being available to me when I have questions for them. So, Mayor, that's my challenge to you, and my challenge to all the administration, including myself and the rest of the council, is to work together as a cohesive team that understands that without the staff, there is no support, right? There is no city, right? I mean, the city is here to support what we've created and to support our citizens and to provide the infrastructure to have a livable community and the codes and all the things that make that up. It's a pretty heavy burden for a bunch of part-time folk, right? That have other full-time jobs. And I know that every one of us take that very seriously, even though this is not our main gig, but we all do it for our own personal reasons, but in the end, we all do it because we're trying to make our place a better place for everybody. And I'm just going to challenge all of us in administration. Let's work together. Let's put our noses to the grindstone. Let's figure out solutions to, quite frankly, problems that are common in any business relationship, right? But obviously, we've got some things that are just out of kilter here, and there's things we can do. And I'm in just closing. I'm going to say that I'm going to do what I can to support staff, support administration, do my job on council to seek resolution, right? To try and solve the things we can solve. There's certain things that just are always going to be there, right? But that doesn't mean they can't be at the forefront. They can't be discussed. But I'll certainly do what I can do within my role as a council member to support the folks on staff who are going to be ultimately responsible for addressing some of this stuff. What we can do, obviously, is provide them that support, both verbally, emotionally, financially, right? That's our roles here. But hopefully, those three challenges, are taken in the right context. You get that I want to be part of the solution, not part of the problem. And I quite honestly think that most of the people I surround myself have that exact same feeling. So there you go. Those are my comments, and thank you for the time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilor Wiesner. Julie, did you say Councilor Servadius? I can't see hands.
Thank you, Mayor. And I too would like to echo a sincere thank you to all of the staff, everyone that responded to this in whatever form, email, anonymously, and really echo all of what Councilmember Wiesner said. I'll try and be a little more succinct, only because of time. One of the City Council's jobs is to look after city resources, and as Councilmember Wiesner pointed out, and I've said it many times on camera, one of our most important resources are our employees of any organization. That's the largest part of many organizations' payroll, and it's what makes the city go round. It is our employees. And so I very much appreciate the feedback. If any of that, there were some comments in there that were critical of me, and I will take that sincerely into heart. I would ask those individuals if, in some way I've offended you, please reach out to me. You can call Julie. She'll give you my personal cell phone. You can contact me through the city cell phone or through the city phone. I would want to rectify that and make that right if I have somehow made someone feel less than or intimidated or, I was just going through some of those comments. So that's first and foremost, I will own every bit of that. So Mayor, I guess my comments next are for you. I came to you over 2 years ago and expressed many of these same concerns, people that were reaching out to me in City Hall, all across, not just City Hall, all across the city. And it was dismissed. And so here we are, we've arrived at this point. And I've got to be honest, I'll be curious to see how you react, because I've watched you react incredibly viscerally when presented with this information, and with plenty of witnesses. And when I say viscerally, I mean slamming your fist on a desk, yelling at the people providing the information. And it was a side of you I'd never seen before. So I'll be very curious to see how we move forward with this. And I guess I'll just leave you with this question. If you knew and had information that the city administrator, or any staff member for that member, was acting unethically or in a way that was in violation of our employee policy manual, would you act on it? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Servais. I can give you a pretty quick answer on that. That answer is yes. Thank you. Other city council? Councilor Heisen.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to staff, to everyone who chimed in. The comments were excellent in the level of detail, in their sincerity, their vulnerability. I think that, I mean, really, they were exceptional, because not only did staff not hold back, which, you know, we do always appreciate, but the content of a lot of what we read proved not just that staff cares, but that they're paying attention. You know, it's definitely more than a showing up and clocking in and clocking out situation, and that really, really showed with the level of care and time and conscientiousness that went into, you know, just the level of response we got, even after just a few days. And like the mayor said, please don't, you know, let the fact that I mean, we wanted to get the stuff in front of us quickly, obviously, but that comment box, that anonymous comment box, is in the lobby all the time. There's not an expiration date on your feedback, so please keep it coming. And you know, one of the things that I kept writing down as I was reading these yesterday and today was, you know, what are we going to do with this information? Because asking for feedback doesn't have a whole lot of value if we don't act on it. And there were some very good, actionable suggestions in those comments. And I'm, like Councilmember Wiesner, I'd like to go back through and make a list of actionable items. I liked the committee idea. I know nobody wants some more meetings, but it had, I think that idea had a lot of value. And we hear you loud and clear on the COLA. That keeps me up at night, that it's been so long, and I know that we keep thanking you for your patience, and I know that our eternal gratitude does not pay your bills. And in our conversations about labor negotiations, you know, and how they do tend to kind of piggyback off each other, and, you know, one sets a precedent for the next, et cetera, there have been conversations about the timing of that, and how the delayed timing of this year's negotiations cannot be allowed to repeat itself. So we're very aware that it's taken entirely too long, and we will rectify that. And so yeah, hopefully we can just put our money where our mouth is and stop talking and do more listening as suggested. I have a couple of actionable things. One, with an incoming council, we're getting at least 2 new council members this coming year. I think that if staff isn't already considering it, that we should think about bringing in Ann McFarlane or someone from the MRSC to do a workshop on council roles and responsibilities and conduct. It's been a while since we've done anything like that. I think that would be helpful as a refresher for us and for whoever our new counselors are going to be. And I would also, and this is something we can discuss at our retreat, but really explore changing our form of government. I think that we've had that conversation many, many times over the years, and I think that there's some value to exploring that in some more detail and what it would take to do that and what the pros and cons would be. I'd like to see those conversations go further. And Emma, our HR director, there were some comments about exit interviews and how people are brutally honest in their exit interviews, and if those comments that we just got today are any indication, I imagine that there probably is some good information being relayed upon exit. And I'm wondering, what do we do with that information? You don't need to chime in and answer that now. I can give you a call and find out. Again, my point is that I don't want this to not go anywhere. I want us to take action and see if we can't do some improving of things. I think that if we set aside maybe a committee or something to do that, so it's under, I don't know, so staff doesn't really feel like they're under so much of a spotlight or a magnifying glass or whatever the analogy is, that we can do that. But we are listening, keep them coming, and I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Heisen. I've certainly made some notes there and appreciate those suggestions. Thank you. Any other council comments? Mayor Pro Tem, I can see. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say my sincere thanks to the staff, and I am glad that the mayor will continue this. It should never be a doubt that these comments would never be accepted. I will own up to for mistakes that I have made, but I truly try to listen, keep my ear to the ground, and I know I'm not always right, and please contact Julie and I will get a hold of you. I always want to listen, and I really want to try to be sure everything is fair. And that goes for the salaries too, for everyone. So anyway, but please continue to put in your comments. And I think council has given you a pledge today that we will work our hardest to be sure that this just isn't falling on deaf ears, that action will be taken. But remember, government is slow, so sometimes it's hard to do fast action, but we will try to push as much as we can and to listen with our minds and our hearts. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it.
And thank you again, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, thank you. Not seeing any others at this time. I truly do not want to not do anything. So, and I want to react quickly. I heard that loud and clear, Mr. Wiesner, about the retaliation and fear. I totally agree with that. Nobody should have to work and be have fear involved in their work at this level, in my estimation. So I heard that loud and clear, and I heard the rest of you. Thank you very much. It'll be a good team effort going forward, I hope. Let's move on then. I think that we do have some action items here. The first being professional services agreement amendment number 3 with MOFFATT and NICHOL for our FDOC and other dock repairs at our marina. And I believe we have Harbor Master Chris Sublett, and I'm pretty sure that we have Mr. Arvidsson, Brett Arvidsson, along with one of our engineers. So one of you, I'm going to turn it over to whoever speaks first.
This is Brett. I'll handle it.
Thanks, Brett.
Kim, can I get my slides up, please? Kim? Okay, good evening. This is Brett Robertson. Today I'm talking about our Oak Harbor FDOT breakwater and float repair project. This actually involves a new incident that we had happen to us last September. So this is kind of another emergency on top of another emergency. Next slide, please. To give some background, we experienced damage to FDOC and storms in 20 and 2021. These are insurance claims, and we're moving ahead with them. Next slide. This is mostly to our dock itself. It doesn't look very extensive. That handrail actually fell off later, and we have structural damage to this. Next slide. Also, we, as part of the work, we had a Department of Commerce grant for repairs at the marina, and we had the opportunity, because a lot of the repairs required us to do in-water work, is to combine these two and get efficiencies on it. So we did combine the two projects, that we segregated the insurance tasks from the grant tasks. Next slide. This is the pile repair that or pile guide repair. We're replacing all those on FDOC, so that's the majority of that grant work. Next slide, please. Talk about where we are today. We hired MOFFATT and NICHOL to prepare contract documents, our permit packages. We did obtain the necessary permits. This does involve in-water work, which actually started around the 1st of October. We can go to the end of February with this. We did open bids and awarded construction to American Construction. Right now, American is projected to be out at the site around the 1st of January. They're busy this time of the in-water window, so they're coming to us after another job. Next slide. Now, we did have another incident last September. A boat hit our navigation pile, which marks the channel along the west and north side of the marina. It did knock over that pile, which is our navigation light. So we want to move ahead with emergency installation of this, and this contractor does have the ability to install that pile while we're doing that. So anyway, right now we're amending the contract with MOFFATT and NICHOL to include the design and permitting of the pile as part of the construction package. This does require us to change. We do have a permit. We'll have to modify our permit, which will be allowed probably on an emergency basis. The cost of this amendment is $12,570. This is going to be with direct reimbursement to MOFFATT and NICHOL by the insurance company. While we're handling under our contract, they're writing the check for it. Next slide, please. Once we get the drawings together, we'll negotiate a change order with American Construction Company. They do have, they do have the ability to drive the pile. We'll have to load the pile driver on when they bring the boat out, or the barge out, I should say, a popular nautical term. A big issue with right now is why it's so urgent to get this going is we need to get the pile ordered. It's going to be a steel pile. We can't use wood anymore. And we have to get it ordered, get it galvanized, and get it on the barge before they take off in late December. So we're trying to get that lead time moving right now. Right now, it looks like we have them available, but we do need to keep that moving. If you notice in the package, the proposal contained a cost for some estimating work that proved to be unnecessary. So this scope amendment only handles the pile part of it. Next slide, please. So anyway, it's recommended that the City Council authorize the mayor to sign contract amendment number 3 with MOFFATT and NICHOL in the amount of, I can't see my number, $12,570, bringing the total contract amount to $148,179. Questions?
Mayor, Councilmember Servadius has a question.
Thank you. Before we do that, I just want to make sure we haven't gotten any input from the public about the subject.
That's correct, Mayor. We received no input from the public.
Okay, no questions. Okay, Councilor Servadius.
Thank you, Mr. Arvidsson, for the presentation. I think I've got a handle on this. One thing that our packets often had in the past is a fiscal, I think we call it like a fiscal statement or a fiscal impact. So this is
Yeah.
this is a net zero for us, correct? You're just informing us the insurance will reimburse them the, whatever. it was
Yeah, what
called.
we're handling, they often NICHOL preferred to handle under our contract because it's our permit, but the insurance company is paying for it. So insurance companies just write them a check directly. So for us, it's no impact.
Okay.
And we'll hope to do the same thing with American Construction when we get a price from them.
Super, thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Questions? Okay, so you're looking for a motion. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. It doesn't look like there's any more questions. I will make the motion. I move that we authorize the mayor to sign professional service agreement number 3 with MOFFATT and NICHOL, increasing the total contract amount by $12,570 to a new total of $148,179.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. The motion reads exactly like the one in the packet. Motion by Mayor Pro Tem. I believe that second was Councilor Servadius. Seeing no other questions or input, all in favor signify by raising your hand. Please. Signify by raising your hand. Or voting yes.
Mayor, that appears to be unanimous here.
Okay, unanimous with the 5 that we have. Thank you very much. I won't ask for any opposed then. So that passes unanimously. Thank you, council. We will move on then to item number B under action items, utility billing late payment policy document. And I think for that we have our finance director, David Goldman. Mr. Goldman?
Thank you, Mayor Bob, City Council, David Goldman, Finance Director. With this item, we'll go over actions taken by the city as a result of the expiration of the governor's utility late fee and shutoff moratorium. So first off, we have updated statistics as of the end of the last billing cycle. We're also including the total balances from customers who are seriously delinquent, which is defined by being delinquent over 90 days. We have 195 customers, which is about 3% of all customers who are seriously delinquent. The average unpaid balance is a little under $1,700. The total balances for the seriously delinquent accounts, I broke them up into 4 different categories. We have 95 accounts that have balances under $1,000. The total amount for those 95 accounts is $58,000. We have 46 accounts with balances from between $1,000 and $2,000, and that totaled about $63,000. We have 48 accounts with balances between $2,000 and $5,000, and that totaled about $153,000. And we have 6 accounts with balances of $5,000 and over, and that totaled $54,000 for a total amount delinquent of $328,500. This is a histogram of what those 195 accounts look like on a chart with dollar amounts going from 0 to 25,000. We do have one that is over 20,000, but the vast majority of everything else is under 10,000, and most of them are around 1,600 or so. So the policy, which is contained in your backup, we're following the resolution that was passed last week, 21-26, that permits payment plans of up to 18 months. Customers who enter into a payment plan will not have their service disconnected and won't have any late fees or penalties accrue as long as they make payments when they are due on the monthly payment plan amount and the regular monthly payment amount. Customers who default on this agreement will be barred from entering into another payment plan agreement. So I listed a couple of examples. So we have customer number 1, they have a $600 balance, and they agree to enter into a payment plan for 12 months, which means their monthly payment on the payment plan is $50. Their regular monthly bill is approximately $100. Of course, that'll fluctuate depending on use. So to avoid default, customer 1 will need to pay $150 monthly. Of course, that'll fluctuate depending on this portion of it. So both portions have to be paid in order to avoid default. For customer number 2 with a larger balance, the example is that they would enter into an 18-month payment plan for a monthly payment of $170. If their regular monthly payment is about $150, which of course will fluctuate, to avoid default, they would need to pay both, and that would be approximately $320 a month. So in the agreement, which is attached as part of the agenda bill, it's recommended that the city council authorize the finance director to execute payment plans on behalf of the city, not to exceed a dollar amount which the city council can set tonight, in a form substantially similar to the one included in the agenda bill. This sentence came from the city attorney as something we should be adding to the resolution and to the actually not resolution, to the motion that the city council will consider tonight. Any payment plan in excess of that dollar amount would be presented to the city council for approval. So again, to recap, we have 4 categories. We broke all the accounts that are behind in. 95 are under 1,000, 46 are between 1 and 2,000, 48 accounts are between 2 and 5, and 6 accounts do have balances over 5,000. I believe that 4 of those 6 are commercial properties, 1 is an apartment complex, and 1 is a house. So now we're on the suggested motion. It's up on the screen, and we await council input as to what they'd like to put as a not to exceed amount, and if they have any other input for us to consider.
Thank you, Mr. Goldman. Before we turn to the council, I want to make sure with our city clerk that we've had no input from the public about this item.
That's correct, Mayor. We received no input from the public on this item.
Thank you, Julie. We'll turn back to the council. I have one quick question, Mr. Goldman. Do you have a suggested amount for the not to exceed that would work best for you? Sorry to put you on the spot, but
It's really up to the council, but I would encourage the council to look at these 4 categories. And based on these 4 categories, keeping in mind that anything that we would have to bring to council would, of course, delay things because we have to wait till the next council meeting and get it on and do all the paperwork that's involved with that. I suggest they take a look at these categories, and maybe this would help guide the city council in selecting an amount.
okay. Turn to council for questions.
Mayor Pro Tem has a question.
Okay, great. Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm not sure she's available today, Sunny, but she seemed to have a pretty good pulse on people that come in and can't pay their bills. And some of these people having to pay $150 or more just on their debt, and then they still have $150. It seems kind of improbable they'll be able to do both, and I don't know if there's a workable solution to that or not.
Well, what we'll do
I'm
as
perplexed.
a utility billing office is we will work with our folks who are behind and show them some outside agency assistance that's available, whether it be from the Opportunity Council or Island County or some other resources that are available. We'll first talk to them about those resources that can help perhaps pay their entire bill off, or maybe pick up half the bill or a portion of their bill. Those resources do exist.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I saw that, and that just went out with the last bills with some of those assistant things. If you look at the numbers, we've got 95 that are under 1,000, and that's manageable. But when you add the next 2, balances between 1,000 and 2,000 or 2,005, that's another 95 or 100 customers. And I guess that's the majority of the people, or the first 3 those numbers in those accounts. I don't know, looking for help, council members. It's hard to put a number when some of them already, in a sense, 46 and 48 of them technically own 5,000 or less in debt without even getting their utilities paid. So, I mean, I can
I could
remember
go back to
living
the
on.
histogram. This will
Pardon?
help a little bit. I was going to go back to the histogram so you can see each account, and it's hard to tell, like, once you get under 5,000, it's hard to tell where the 4,000 is and the 3,000 is and the 2,000 is. And the 1,000 would probably be about right here, and you'll see that there's a lot along that line. Let me get, I do have a data source. Let me see if I can pull that up. All right, let me take a look at this data. Might be better. I think I did an average, right?
David, can I interject here while you're looking?
Sure.
Yeah, Blaine Oborn, City Administrator. If you put it at 10,000 and above, then only one would have to go to council. If you put it at 5,000, then what was it, 6?
Yeah, if it was 5,000, there would be 6 accounts that would go to council. If it was at 10,000, you'd only have the one account that would have to go to city council for a specific approval. Just going back to the agenda bill, the average balance is $1,684. So about half, approximately half of the folks are below that, and the other half are above that.
Mayor, I'm finished with my comments. I'd like to hear from my colleagues, please, sir.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I see Councilor Wiesner.
Thank you, Mayor. David, don't we have a policy in place right now where if there is a special circumstance needed by a constituent, a bill payer, or anything, that you can come before city council and we have the ability to work within the codes? I guess what I'm getting at is if you've got somebody, what if you've got somebody that needs more than an 18-month payment? We're giving you obviously the authorization to proceed with this, up to an 18-month payment. Do we have the ability to make special circumstances based upon special circumstances?
Well, Sunday's not able to make it because she's currently working in the utility billing office and she's down a person. Somebody is absent today. But we do have Chaz Webster available who might be able to better answer that question because she's gone through similar circumstances over her past 7 or 8 years here.
Yes, Jim, could you repeat your question?
Yeah, my question is, I guess I'm kind of going the opposite direction of everybody else. I'm concerned about somebody who needs more time. Right, and first off, I love the fact that we're going to be able to empower you guys to say yes at the counter. Right, I mean this is actually exciting me that you're able to say yes. We can stretch you out a payment plan, but beyond that 18 months, do we have the ability as a council to grant special circumstances?
In the past, we would go to the finance director and just get approval if we had a special circumstance of some sort. Regarding the hearing, we do have that in the code, but it's regarding if there's a billing error, then the customer can bring that to the attention of through that hearing process. And at this point, the bills are not in error. And if we did take, for instance, the $5,000 balance and we divided that by that 18-month payment, it's about $280 a month just for the payment plan. And then they would be expected to pay, $200 on their regular bill. So it is quite, an obligation for the customer. Another option maybe would be to go a little longer on that payment plan. However, there are going to be tenants who are not going to be maybe, renting for that period of time. And then this could become the liability of the owner. So that is something to keep in mind too.
But currently, so it sounds like currently though, we do have a policy in place that would allow David on special circumstances. You know, I'm actually looking at, you know, some of the, I see, of course, I'm concerned about the business and the apartment, you know, over 5,000, but I'm looking at, you know, at some of these, you know, private residences that may, you know, owe $3,000 or $4,000. And you're right, Chaz, you know, that's a $500 a month bill by the time you're done, you know, breaking out the payment and making the ongoing payment, which is hard to meet. I want to make sure that we are giving you guys the ability to get to yes quickly and easily. For some of these people who are already stressed out enough about it, that we're not going to put them through the hoops, and setting up this 18-month payment plan, I think, accomplishes that. But then I also want to make sure that we're not so stringent on that 18 months that if we have a special circumstance, then we're not going to be forcing people out of the use of their home because they're not able to make that 18 months. And it sounds to me like we already have that in place, that David has the ability to do it.
Well, as the finance director, I would feel a lot more comfortable if something like that was in place and passed by the city council. I have not seen that policy. It may have been a kind of like a verbal policy that was okay to do in the past, but I'd like to see more of a written type policy when
Mayor,
it comes
point of
to
information.
giving that kind of authority.
Okay, because you know, I mean, when we pass regulations, they're all fine and good, but there's always the exceptions, right? And sometimes we just leave people out in the dust. You know, we're trying to pass something that's really good, but you know, for some people it could be a real negative because now we've chopped it off at 18 months, and if that's all there is, and you know they need 24 months, and that's going to have a negative impact. Something that we're trying to do that's good, and I want to make sure this is all good.
What I could suggest is if we adopt the policy tonight, we could come back in about a month and amend the policy. So at least we can start working with people on the 18 months, and then we could amend the policy to allow a little bit more flexibility based on the feedback that we're receiving here.
Hey, I'm for that. I'm for getting this thing in place, right? Not holding it up. I know there's people losing sleep, you know, over unpaid bills. But I want to make sure we're giving you that flexibility to make sure that we're working with these folks. City's money, we need the money. We're going to get the money, but you know, we're also not going to extort the money out of folks that you know, by shutting off their water if there's a path to get there, right? And so you get where I'm coming from. Thank you.
Yes, and may I also add, for Mayor Pro Tem, her concern about the reaching out to the organizations. We do have Opportunity Council that has already contacted, and Sunny's been working with them. We're just waiting for that memorandum of agreement to get approved, and then she can move forward. So they've already started reaching out on customer accounts. So very proactive, and I'm sure they're going to be able to help a lot of people. That's what we're hoping for.
Thank you very much, Chaz. It's just, you don't want to create a vicious circle, but you don't want people to feel they're in hopelessness either. And I am so thankful that you all had the forethought to put it into the last bill on different resources, agencies that could possibly help them. And really appreciate you guys jumping ahead and doing that. So thank you very much to you and the team.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Councilor Wiesner. Any other questions or concerns?
Councilmember Servadius has his hand raised, Mayor.
Okay, Councilor Servadius.
Mr. Goldman, thank you for the histogram. I'm kind of a visual guy, and so I appreciate being able to look at that and then dive down deeper. A couple of questions I have. In our code, I'm not sure who's running the screen in here right now, but if you scroll up to 395.090, I think this is probably what Councilmember Wiesner was referencing. 395.090. There you go. So with that, you're looking for, so you have this authority right now, Mr. Goldman, but you're looking for a specific dollar amount as to when it would come before us. That's all we're adding with that, correct?
We're asking one for, you know, of course, the 18 months. But when the city attorney was reviewing the policy, she said that because it's an agreement, because the repayment plan is technically an agreement between the city and the customer, agreements have to go to city council. However, because that would be such a burden and delay the process when it comes to some of these amounts, she suggested that we go ahead and in the policy, in the motion tonight, say, provide the finance director the authority to sign off on these agreements up to a certain amount.
Thank you. So if you, I'll maybe talk for a moment, not so much at you. So if you want to run a calculation, but I'm curious, $2 amounts, 2,500 or 3,000 with the data that you have available right now. If we were going to hear all of these, or if these people came to you, it's 195 cases we would have to hear, which could be fairly onerous to get through that. So I'm curious what kind of numbers we'd be looking at if that dollar amount was 2,500 or if it was 3,000, based on the data you have behind the scenes. The other comments I would make, sorry, maybe I'll make it tough on you to do calculations, would be that $1 amount you referenced an apartment. I'm guessing that in the histogram, that one that's almost $10,000 is, no, I'm sorry, it's $23,000-ish. Can you tell us more about what's going on there? Because if my concern is, it's one thing if that's a commercial business, but if it's an apartment building and we have a bunch of tenants that are paying rent that includes utilities and someone's not paying the bill, what happens to those tenants possibly? We can't, if they've done what they're supposed to do, but the owner or property manager isn't doing what they're supposed to do, what's happening there? That would be the first question while you're calculating.
Okay, I finished my calculations. So I'm trying to get this total here. So if you use 2,500, the total amount of accounts is 154, and the total dollar amount is 150,000.
So 154 are below 2,500? Or that would leave 100?
Yes, 2,500 and below, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I could do 3,000 too. Let's see. 3,000 would mean 163 or below.
So if we went with that, I'm just contemplating out loud here. If 3,000, that would leave approximately 30 based on our
32.
code then that would come to you, request a hearing, and that would, or in this new ordinance would come before the council. So it's just
Yeah,
something
it wouldn't be the hearing, because I think Chaz was saying the hearing is only if they think their bill's mistaken. So yeah, their agreement would come to the city council, and the city council would, deliberate and approve or deny it.
So I'm trying to read on the screen here. I don't know if it's that clear. It just says prior to a turnoff. I don't know the reason for the turnoff. Maybe we need to amend that code where they think they've been billed erroneously if there was a water leak or something, or for late fees. It doesn't seem to specify right there in 3.95.090. So just food for thought.
Chaz, what's your experience with that section of the code, Chaz?
Yes, on our disconnection notices, we actually add in this code reference for the customers to contact us. But if you scroll down just a bit there, Dave, there's a billing error, appeals. There you go.
There.
And that's really what we were, most of my experiences when we've had anybody submit a hearing request, it was for a billing error appeal, and it was to avoid a shutoff, but they get that certain amount of time during the hearing process to speak to administration, but they still have to pay their bill current. But that's my experience. There wasn't any other reason that people would submit a hearing request. It was for the billing error that they thought that there wasn't water used at a certain period of time. They were on vacation, or they just needed to submit that so that they could get their complaint or request to admin.
Yeah, this other section that Council Member Cervelli is mentioning is more open-ended. It says you have a hearing date and they would just ask for their water not to be shut off. It doesn't seem like there's any criteria in the code to follow regarding that.
Well,
Yeah, but by practice, it was for any billing error appeals prior to shut off.
Okay, thank you. And I know the crux of what we're working on today is in regards to what most people have experienced because of COVID. Clearly, I know we've talked about this over the years, the number of door tags that we hang each month and how to help obviously make it as affordable as we can, but there's always a certain percent of people that are maybe late, and so this I was trying to figure out how much is COVID related and how much is not. But we're here to talk about specifically what we think are the impacts from COVID. So I don't know what the right dollar amount is. To me, it seems like it's somewhere in that $2,500 to $3,000. If we look at the other thing that wasn't clear when I was reading in the contract here is fees. We say that we'll charge fees if they are going back here. I guess I'm so used to thinking of credit card language where it's retroactive. How are we going to do that if someone is late? And so in section 6 there, late and disconnection charge is $15 plus 0.67%. I'm assuming that's of the outstanding bill. Is that if they become late in month 6, is it just then on the remaining balance moving forward, they'd have $15 plus?
Yes, on the remaining balance.
On the remaining balance, okay. Okay, I'll hold my thoughts for the moment. Thank you, that's all I have.
Mayor, Councilmember Heisen has her hand raised.
Councilor Heisen.
Oh, no, we didn't.
Thank you, Julie.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, before I go to my comments, did we get an answer about the hypothetical apartment building scenario that Councilmember Servadius brought up?
I could answer that.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chaz.
So in the past, if we had to potentially disconnect a multi-residential building, all tenants at that building, regardless of if they pay that bill directly or if the homeowners or the property managers pay the bill, every door located at that building will get a disconnect notice. And normally what that will do is prompt calls to us, and then we ask that tenant to call their property manager, and then we eventually get a check within a couple of days to pay the bill. So we go through the normal course of notices to the property management company, because that's who receives the bills. The tenants then would, unfortunately, if it came down to a disconnect situation, would get that end user notice posted to their primary door, and then that would prompt a call to the property management, and we would get a payment. But that's what we run into in situations where we've got multi-residential, where we don't bill them directly. It's billed directly to the property management. Did that answer the question?
Right. But what happens if they don't pay? Is that the, yeah.
So if they don't pay, and we have shut the water off. So we have done that. Then of course that also prompts calls, and they're very upset, and then we get a check probably the same day.
Hey, this is Erica Wassinger. That I just can't even imagine that. My husband, we own a property management business, and that would be a major problem. That's all I wanted to say. That would be a big issue if it is managed by a property management company, or if it's just an owner that's doing it. That's a bigger issue than what we're talking about as regarding the tenants' rights, and so that would be a big problem. That's all I wanted to say.
And there's also liens and collections too, right, Chaz?
Yes. But I can tell you with the multi-residential, the property managers get it figured out, and then that water gets turned back on. I think it might have been off for just in the morning, and usually we turn the water off in the afternoon after Public Works has went out and did the did the process, and before the end of business, we had a check. Someone was walking it over to us. So they have not been, since I managed there wasn't water left off overnight in a multi-residential. Property management did get it resolved. But it definitely was not a fun situation for us as staff, because we know that there's people there that expected their rent to pay for this bill as well, and it wasn't paid. And we couldn't, we couldn't tell them what happened there, other than we didn't receive the payment.
So my suggestion for the dollar amount was going to be $5,000 in the ordinance. I think that, that would give the utility department a lot of flexibility in order to get this worked out. And then if between all of the community resources and assistance available, if there were still accounts over 5,000, then anything in excess of that would come to us. Hopefully that would knock most of those numbers down. There's some pretty high ones on there, but if my fellow council members are comfortable with that, 5,000 is what I would suggest.
Thank you. Councilor Eisen, thank you.
Mayor, Councilmember Servadius has his hand raised.
Councilor Servadius.
All right, Chaz, I got to put you on the spot. You can send me a comment in the comment box. So, and maybe you just say I can't if you can't, but I'm coming back to that histogram, and I just got my bill for this month, water, sewer, garbage, family of 4. It was $198 and something. So let's call it $200. Do we have multifamily units out there that are incurring $5,000 a month bills for the whole? I'm trying to do 200, or call it, I should be better at this on the fly. If it was 200 times 20 units, that's $4,000. Is this abnormal to have, and maybe this isn't abnormal, these bigger dollar amounts? Do we typically have multifamily or commercial units that will go a month or so being late, and that trips this $5,000 number? But specifically, I want to come back to the $23,000-ish number and make sure we're doing the right thing, that if that's been negligent for a while, that we're not kicking folks out or turning their water off because of a mismanagement or something nefarious by an owner. Can you help me out there?
Well, Chaz, I could kind of step in. I have the data, and I'm looking at a number of about $3,400 for 1 month, and another one of $3,200 for 1 month. That looks like pretty much the largest bill I see that's delinquent.
Did you have a question about that one particular multi-residential? Like, why is it 23,000? Is that the
Yes,
question?
please, if we can narrow in on that. But it sounds like it's not maybe uncommon, or you've experienced it. You said the property manager always gets it squared away. But we have some examples here that are probably, once we get into those bigger dollar amounts, that's got to be multifamily or commercial, because a homeowner at $200, $250 a month, we're not going to let them go. Well, obviously COVID is the exception, but they're not going to go 12 months. They would have been dealt with before that. So I guess if you guys feel comfortable that this is a circuit breaker that's tripping at 5,000 and that isn't uncommon, then maybe I agree with Councilmember Heisen that that's a number we can work with. But I'm curious about that high one there at 23-ish.
So the one that's a 23 is actually about 5 months past due. Normally the bill is anywhere from 35 to 5,000 a month that I'm looking at. And this would not happen prior to COVID, because as soon as 1 month is late and not paid, then we go into the disconnection process. And that's why they're able to just cut a check. We had a property management company who no longer manages one of the places that notoriously paid late, were on our disconnect list every month. They finally got a new property manager in there, and then no problems whatsoever. So I think it's just a bookkeeping situation for that particular association. But to answer your question, this 23 is 5 months worth of delinquent bills not paid. Again, this would not happen prior to COVID because we would have been disconnecting to enforce payment. I'm sure at this point we're going to have to work with them. If they truly cannot pay this, within a specific period of time, we'll just work with them on a payment plan as we would with any of our other customers. But their monthly bill it's sizable. I can tell you there are 16 units at this one. So it's normal for it to, I guess, be from that $35,000 to $5,000 bill each month for that property.
Right. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilor Servades. I noticed, Mr. Wiesner, or Councilor Wiesner, you still have your hand up?
Yes, Mayor. Yes, I just wanted to say, I think the $5,000 threshold's the way to go. We want to empower staff to be able to say yes at that counter, and that's a number that I'm comfortable with to be able to make your lives easier. I don't think we should have 130 or 30 or even 40 constituents having to come before a hearing to ask us for a payment plan. That's just going to make their lives miserable and staff's lives miserable. So $5,000 would be the threshold I'd be comfortable with.
Sounds like we're getting close to a motion.
Mayor, Councilmember Heisen has her hand raised.
Councilor Heisen.
Thank you. Oh, Dave, you're in my mind. I move to approve utility customer assistance and payment plans policy and to authorize the finance director to execute payment plans not to exceed $5,000 in a form substantially similar to the one included as an attachment in the agenda bill.
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion and a second. The motion reads exactly like the suggested motion with the insertion of the amount of $5,000, not to exceed $5,000. Motion made by Councilor Heisen, second by Mayor Pro Tem Nuns. Any other input or questions? All in favor, please signify by raising your hand or saying yes.
Yes, from Councilmember Wassinger.
Okay, yes, Councilor Wassinger, thank you. And Clerk Julie?
Mayor, that is unanimous.
Okay, that passes unanimously.
Thank you, Council, and thank you, Chaz.
Thank you, Mr. Goldman. We will turn to our next item, which is, I believe, our marina.
Hi, everybody. This is Chris, the harbor master of the marina. And I've got a couple of really exciting things to share with you today regarding the marina. And we're on the last slide, so there's the first slide. The first one is a dredging project. As you're aware, the marina is in need of dredging, and we've taken some steps to start the process, and this is another step in this process. Before I get too much into what we're hoping to do, let me just provide some historical information. And just for clarification, we're only talking about dredging the marina, not the channel or the bay. We're just talking about from FDOC in, essentially. So backing up historically, we do need to dredge the marina every 10 to 15 years. The last dredge effort was in 2010, 2011. And at that time, we only dredged about half the marina. We removed approximately 20,000 cubic yards of material. And by material, I mean dirt and sludge and everything that's on the bottom of the ocean floor there. And the cost was approximately $2.7 million. Part of that cost, though, included a couple new floats, the new gangway, the main gangway, and some electrical updates. Prior to that, the last dredge effort was in 1996, 1997. At that time, it appears they did dredge the whole marina, and it was roughly 39,000 cubic yards of material. I couldn't find any pricing data for that. However, I would expect it's much less given the 90s compared to the 2000s. So recently, as you're aware, we did refinance the 2010-2011 dredge bond. and we refinanced approximately $1.5 million. And instead of making it a 10-year bond, we made it a 5-year bond. We discussed dredging briefly at the July 28th City Council workshop. And just so you know, the Marine Advisory Committee made a formal recommendation to move forward with a new dredge project at the September 13th meeting. As part of this new dredge project, we're going to remove the old breakwater barges. What is commonly called FDOC, that breakwater out there, was not there when the marina was built. There was no breakwater, so they brought in these old sawdust barges that they used for a breakwater. When FDOC was built, they moved these barges to the south side of the marina, just on the other side of the log boom. And since then, they've sunk and they're resting on the bottom, and at the low tides, you can actually see parts of them. We're trying to be efficient in this process of removing them, as it'll require the same equipment to remove these barges as the dredge equipment. It is part of the DNR contract that we do remove these barges, and we estimate the cost roughly, and this is ballpark, about $116,000. And that'll be in addition to the dredge project costs. So why are we dredging? I showed this slide to you at a previous meeting. These numbers on this slide represent the depth of water at a zero tide. As we know, the tide fluctuates. It goes up and it goes down. So you can see a +2 and you can see a -2. So for instance, when you look at this slide, you see a lot of 8s and 6s, you see some 5s. That's at a zero tide. If you have a -2 tide, those depths will drop by 2 feet. If you have a plus tide, those depths will increase by 2 feet. So showing you this is what they use as a ground basis when they start talking about dredging. How deep is the water at a zero tide? And then from there, they can calculate at a negative tide and a positive tide what you should actually dredge to. Last time we dredged to what they call a -12, meaning that at a zero tide, there would be 12 feet of water. What's kind of alarming about this is when you see these numbers at a 0 or a -2 tide or -3, and those are common, and unfortunately our minus tides in the summer or during the daylight hours, and in the winter they're at the nighttime hours. So with these numbers and some of these depths dropping down to 5 feet, 3 feet, during the summer, that makes the marina unusable in places. People cannot get their boats in or out. They're stuck, they're landlocked. So moving forward, as we look at this, I'm hoping that we can get a little deeper than -12, maybe -15, but that'll be up to the marine engineers to figure out, and the scientists, not me. So this picture tells a great story of why we need to dredge. Quite simply, our marina is not usable during the busy boating season during the low tides. So as we kick this dredging project off, there's about 13 milestones that we need to work through. And under each milestone, there's many sub-milestones. Right now, we've completed number 1. The Marine Advisory Committee has made a formal recommendation. We're working on number 2 right now. I'm giving you a presentation at a workshop. And then the next step in this will be, I'll be seeking a formal recommendation from you to begin the dredge project at a city council meeting. You have to understand and realize that once we get a formal recommendation and once we move forward with hiring a marine engineering firm, it's likely 2 to 3 years before we're actually going to start digging. It takes that long to draw up the plans and to get all the permits and to get everything worked out. So how are we going to fund this? Well, as you know, we just recently refinanced the bond, and the Marine Advisory Committee is working on a recommendation to pay that off within the 5 years. Hope to bring that to you soon as well. That's going to mean increasing the dredge fee more than likely. Moving forward with a new dredge project, it's likely we'll have to secure a new bond, and we may also have to use some of the marina reserves. We currently have about $1.4 million in reserves, and we expect those to continue growing as long as the boating industry trends continue in an upward cycle. Here's what we need from you. we're going to be seeking funding from the city. As you know, the Marina is an enterprise fund and solely supported by marine attendants. And it's been that way since 1974 when the Marina was built. Unfortunately, this funding model is no longer sustainable and does not work any longer for the Marina. It is true that we are able to build our reserves somewhat each year, but as we're talking about dredging, we're talking about a $4 or $5 million project, and it'd be extremely difficult to pass this off to our Marina tenants. Just for an example, on the previous dredge effort, which was about half of what we anticipate spending now, the dredge rate was $1.15 initially, then was lowered to $1.03, and that's where it's at now. If we pass this on, we have to remember that boaters are extremely mobile. If they don't like the prices that you're charging, they're going to move to another marina, and we saw that when we first initiated the dredge project. Something to also keep in mind is that we are competing with port districts. Most of the marinas in Washington are port districts, and that means that they receive taxpayer funds to help support them. In our Oak Harbor, the marina is viewed like a park, and it's used by non-marina tenants as well. We often see fishermen, bird watchers. We host public events like the hydros and some sailing events. And we get a ton of walkers there that just walk around the docks, look at boats, take pictures, that sort of thing on a daily basis. The marina actually provides quite an economic benefit to the city through tourism. In 2021, we welcomed approximately 700 guest boats. When you look at our marina and you put that number there, that's like, wow, that's a lot of boats. The large majority of these guest boats had 2 to 3 people on board. So that's, 1,400 people at least coming to the marina. And many of these guests frequented downtown shops, restaurants, and bars. Now, the reality is a lot of boaters come to Oak Harbor, they get fuel, then they stay the night with us. The boater doesn't necessarily want to stay on their boat. They've been on their boat all day. They want to go stretch their legs. So they'll head into town and frequent the shops, thus generating tourism and tax dollars. As you can see, it's quite a dilemma with this funding. How do we do it? Where do we go? And in the past years, we've been in the box. We've said it's an enterprise fund and it can make it or it's not going to. But moving forward, we have to throw the box out. We have to look outside the box for funding. And in reality, I've spent a tremendous amount of time looking for dredge grants. And it's quite simply, there aren't any available in our area. If you're on the East Coast, there's a lot. If you're on the Mississippi River, there's a lot. But in our area, there is not. So we're in kind of a dilemma here. And moving forward, we're just going to be seeing a lot of me and hearing me talking about dredging and how we can fund this thing. On the line with us is Ken Hewlett. He's the chairman of the Marine Advisory Committee, and he has some additional comments on this.
Thank you, Chris. I'm going to assume that you can hear me. Is that correct?
Yes.
That is, yes.
Okay. I'm going to start out with a disclaimer that these are my views on issues involving the Oak Harbor City Marina, and they're not conclusions or recommendations yet of the Marina Advisory Committee. We've had a number of discussions about these topics and so forth, and the members of the committee have been involved in that discussion, as have members of the public been involved. Some of the current issues, as Chris has said, are based on the need for dredging and the increases in rates due to the bond refinancing that was skillfully managed for us by David Goldman, and we appreciate that for his efforts in doing that, because it's going to increase the debt service for this next 5 years, but it's going to save us a great deal of money in interest that we would have otherwise had to pay. I'm going to rehash a few things here, but just if you'll bear with me, the marina was built in 1974, as Chris said, and it's been an enterprise fund of the city for the past 50 plus years, taking its own way through user fees. No city tax funds go to the marina. The marina is an important element in the commercial, financial, and recreational life of the city and Whidbey Island. It's used not only by tenants, but also commercial and recreational fisheries, park and marine visitors, or maritime visitors, Native American fisheries, homeland security, first responders, and for general boating and sail training and competitions. The city commissioned a comprehensive study in conjunction with the 2005 Windjammer development project to determine the condition of the marina and explore options for redevelopment. The report was completed and presented to the council in June of 2006, and I'll show you this as a visual aid. It's a nice study, it's spiral bound, it's quite thick, so obviously it's worthwhile. Actually, I think it is. It speaks very, very well to the issues confronting, that were confronting the marina in 2006, and it carries forward into the present day. The report was completed with the idea that, and the recommendation that a lot of things be addressed. At that time, the marina structures and infrastructure were deemed to be at or near the remaining useful life. And here we are 15 years later with a facility that has been, frankly, very well maintained by the skills and ingenuity of the staff at the marina. And they always amaze me with the creativity, and they make a dollar stretch as far as it possibly can in order to maintain what we have there. There are a lot of metal parts to the structure down there, and salt water and metal doesn't really coexist very well. So many of the measures that the staff has been involved in, and I don't want to make this sound negative, but they're really kind of band-aids, trying to fix what's broken and not fix the fundamental issue. The flaws and needs identified in that redevelopment plan 15 plus years ago still exist and or have gotten worse. The report also concludes that the marina location and lack of surrounding available properties limits the potential uses and revenues from other or additional commercial uses and water-dependent activities, unless additional space can be obtained from the U.S. Navy. So we're in a tight spot, and there's a lot of territory down there, but in terms of marina usages, we're very limited. Newer changes have come since that report, based on market competition, larger average boat sizes, technological issues, fish enhancement and environmental standards. All of these things together have a significant impact on future costs of maintaining and or redeveloping marina spaces. I believe all of the council has received copies of what I'm reading from now, and also the about 5 pages that was the executive summary from the 2006 study. We can make copies available of the entire study for anybody that's interested, and anybody wishing to take a look at those is welcome to do so. A variety of alternatives were considered in the study, and a recommendation was made to redevelop the marina at an estimated cost in 2006 dollars of $20 million. Potential financing options were also included in the recommendations. They included revenue bonds, general city obligation bonds, potential grants from other partners such as City Parks Department, tribes, county and federal entities, and also the potential formation of a port district or merging with another port district. Among the challenges we faced is the most pressing need for comprehensive dredging, which Chris has already addressed. But that will allow the marina to function as a space for tenants and visitors to safely operate boats, utilize the launch ramp and the waste pump out facilities and fuel facilities, and just to basically move around the facility at a wide range of tidal conditions. Between now and the end of the calendar year, there will be 18 minus tides including 6 days of -3-foot tides. And when that occurs, there's virtually no movement possible around the marina. Just as a footnote, at this time of year, minus tides generally occur after dark and in conjunction with either new or full moon. So if anybody's interested in seeing those tides, you're going to have to consult a tide table and probably get a flashlight to take a look. To plan future dredging, there's a long and expensive process, as Chris has mentioned. That requires engineering and environmental studies required by various state and federal permits. And comprehensive redevelopment of the marina should be planned in conjunction with dredging to mitigate environmental impacts and comply with current regulations for the entire facility. In other words, it doesn't make a great deal of sense to do a comprehensive dredging and then leave the old facility in place at the same time, because you have to go through the same types of engineering studies and so forth, and mitigation and that sort of thing, regardless. A new model for financing the marina is needed for it to survive and not become just a vague memory or a depression in the mudflats. I don't know, I'm not an expert on the financial options available to the city, but ask that the council work with the marina staff and others, any others, to find solutions to the dire situation facing this vital element of our city. And I hate to use, puns and so forth, but the whole idea here is to keep the marina afloat. No pun intended. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hewlett. Turn to the council at this time, see if they've got any questions.
Councilmember Servadius has his hand raised, Mayor.
Okay, Councilor Servadius.
Thank you, Mr. Sublett, Mr. Hewlett, for both of your presentations. Quick question. The rate of fill, Mr. Sublett, that's pretty alarming. I didn't do the math, but if it was to a -12 in some of those areas and 10-ish years are at 6 feet, is that because obviously the low areas fill quicker? Surely that whole bay cannot be filling in at that same rate. It must be sloughing into the lower areas. That just seems to make sense. That's the first question.
Yeah, that's part of the issue. We also have to take into consideration that the whole marina wasn't dredged. So those lower numbers in those areas may represent areas that were not dredged in the 2010, 2011 dredging cycle. What's interesting is our bay does get a lot more sediment. Our marina gets a lot more sediment. It kind of acts like a toilet bowl. The current and the sediment comes down the channel, swirls around by Windjammer Park, comes around by Flintstone, comes by the marina, and kind of dies there because of the peninsula. It can't go anywhere else. Then the wind or the current carries it into the marina underneath our breakwater. But because of our breakwater, which works very well as a breakwater, one study in the last dredge cycle that I had read said that their inertia carries the sediment into and underneath the breakwater and into the marina, but the breakwater stops the suction, letting the sediment go back out.
So thank you. And that's my next thing I had written here was cause, ? So I know I mentioned it once before, and Mr. Hewlett talks about long-term planning. Is the source of this, clear out from the Skagit? Is it just shore erosion around the bay there? I know there's a fair amount of waterfront when you draw all the way around Oak Harbor. Just curious, long-term planning, if there's something that could be done further out in the channel, I should know those markers, but I think it's G5 that got moved a few years ago or recently, where that long finger is. There's almost a natural sandbar that's forming out there. Is there any way in long-term planning to place a breakwater out there that would be, although expensive, maybe less expensive than needing to dredge every 10 or so years? So that's just some long-term wild planning, wild ideas, thinking I'm wondering about. And then if it takes 2 to 3 years, is there a different type of dredging? I'm assuming that barge that opens that's the bottom dumps somewhere, probably in deep water down towards Everett or somewhere. Is there a type of permit that we could possibly apply for that would allow us, I know a lot of that off Mailer Point there, I think, was created from dredging. Is there anything with modern ecology concerns that would allow us to change the type of dredging to where we could dump that more local and it doesn't have to go all the way down to deep water somewhere? Is that a more rigorous permit? If we have 2 to 3 years before we could do this, has that been considered?
So in answer to your first question, can we put a breakwater farther out? In my mind, everything's on the table. That's a wonderful idea. If we cut the sediment off out there, then the marina has no issues. As we move forward with the marine engineering firm, those are the kind of questions I'll ask them. Those are the kind of questions that we'll ask them. And see, what can we do differently? Is our breakwater, although it's a good breakwater, is it a hindrance? Where should it be? Is it in the right location? Can it be farther out the channel? Those sorts of things. Those are yet to be determined and awesome questions that we'll be asking, definitely. The second part of your question regarding the type of dredge machinery that can be used, you are correct. Last time the dredge company showed up with a backhoe on a barge and sat in one place for 30 days. That wasn't good. Then they showed up with the big conventional dredge bucket that we're all used to seeing, and they made a lot of headway, but they couldn't get under the covered moorage. To get under the covered moorage, there are different ways to do it. You can use water pressure to push the sediment out into an open area and then pick it up with a big bucket, or you can vacuum it up in a sense and then load it in the barge and take it somewhere. In regard to where they dump it, it's called Port Susan, where they dumped it last time, and they dumped the 96 dredge effort there as well. In that area, it is super deep. It's down towards Everett, and that's where we dumped. As I recall, the 2010-2011 dredge effort, and I wasn't part of the planning of that. At the time, I was the assistant harbor master or a marina maintenance guy. As I recall, they initially wanted us to take that dredge material out through the bridge and dump it out in the strait somewhere, as I recall. And we were able to negotiate back to Port Susan. And that is the nearest deep water place. So again, we'll ask some marine engineers about that and see what we can do. But I agree, if we don't have to haul it that far, that saves a ton of money, because literally the dredge sediment would be moved as soon as the dredge crew stopped working, and it would come, the barge would come back to Oak Harbor at about 6 in the morning. So they were gone all night dumping that stuff.
And is that just the most common method to put it on a barge and then deep water dump it? Or is it still, and is it just not ecologically sound anymore to take any of that sediment and put it onto land?
It is common to load it on a barge and dump it somewhere. I have heard that some places, and the Port of Long Beach comes to mind, where they mixed that with concrete and made a form of a breakwater out of it. So I'm not exactly sure how that works, and that's definitely an avenue we can explore and a question we can ask.
All right, thank you.
I can, just for historical purposes, we asked about that topic as far as disposal, and what used to happen very often was that the dredge spoils were deposited on areas like marshes and so forth to create new land, and that is, from an ecological standpoint, that is a non-starter now. You have to go to deep water and dump it.
Mayor,
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Munz. Mayor Pro Tem Munz has her hand raised, Mayor.
Well, okay, I see Councilor Wiesner too. We'll go with Mayor Pro Tem Munz.
Thank you, Mayor. I think Mr. Hewlett has made a extremely valued point that basically we have a 50-year-old marina. It was built, but it wasn't really built to last. And it deserves a makeover if we want to keep this economic development. One reason we lost Race Week And the minimum that brought in with the grocery stores and restaurants and stuff, but we also had a lift away to get, I mean, we had 70 feet boats come in, and now they can't make the corner because it has silted in. Minimum was $1 million for 1 week. We have an ideal place, but it is an economic development for the city, whether you like boating or not. But the fact that you, as Mr. Sublett said, it's like a little United Nations when the smelting's going on or this is going on. I mean, there's always people down there, and we have hydros now, but there could be other events. But I know the staff are wizards. They are very, very conscientious and good and very clever, and they come with a lot of skills. We are extremely lucky that it's not saying, oh no, that's not my job, you have to go hire someone. They just do it or figure out how to. That as long as you're going through the permitting, you better do them both to redo and upgrade the whole facility. It will stay full and everything else with nicer restrooms. I mean, just little conveniences that everyone else seems to have. I think we need to figure out how to do the whole thing. And for 50 years, just about, they've been an enterprise fund. Some of our other enterprise funds are not anymore, but they need help and they deserve it. It is a very good asset, valuable for our city, and it's irresponsible to let it go. My opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilor Wiesner.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Harbor Master Sublett and Ken, for all your years of volunteering on the Marine Advisory Committee, and Chris, I know you run a really tight ship down there, and got a couple of questions for Chris before I have some comments. Chris, what's the average occupancy rate of the marina?
It's approximately 80% throughout the year, with during the high season, April through September, we're 100 to 90%, and then it tapers off in this time of year. And
are there some boat slip sizes and types that were at 100% year round?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. So the boating world has changed so much. When our marina was built in 1974, most boats were 24 to 28 feet long. So half of our marina is built with slips that are 28 feet long. Things have changed. Boaters want more creature comforts, they want more amenities. And the family boat that was once 24 or 28 feet long is now 36, 40, 50 feet. So right now in our marina, we have a shortage of bigger slips, the 36, the 40s, the 50s. And in the 24 and 28 foot categories, which make up half of our marina, we see huge vacancies in the 28 foot category. And in the 24 foot category, we have the winter special, the special that runs from September through May, and that's $55 a month, or else we would see huge vacancies in those areas too. So in answer to your question, the 28 and 24s are most of the marina, and then the larger slips where we have fewer of them are fuller.
And from a business standpoint, I mean, I guess the natural thing that just rolls through my head is those are the money makers.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Money makers from several standpoints, right? I mean, not only are they paying a larger fee each month to take up some space. Obviously, you're taking up the same amount of major dock width. You've got some finger piers running out that run a little longer, but those are a lot less expensive to build. But, those are also typically the economic drivers for a community, right? The owners of those vessels and such. I look at Anacortes, every time I go over there and I see the vibrant commercial business they've got going on. I see the yacht brokerages, the yacht sales, et cetera, that haven't really been a detriment on their downtown. It seems to, create some vibrancy. The farmers market's grown up around there, And they've even got the little portable shops there in the marina parking lot serving the hot dogs and et cetera. And we're a waterfront community, and I'm not saying that we need to be anacortes by any means. I mean, we are Oak Harbor, we are what we are, but, that's just an example of what can happen with that type of economic development. Ken made some very valid points involving the marina, and certainly we all understand the enterprise fund versus the port, and maybe it is the time to go to the people and ask them whether or not they want to invest in an economic driver that could be the marina. One interesting thing that popped in my head, I guess just the vision kind of guy, and why I asked the questions about the occupancy of the marinas. I'm assuming there's a point in time where you look and you say, we need to grow, right? That we have additional water that we can use, and we have additional people that want to use that water, and there's revenue to be made, and obviously as you scale any sort of a business, including a marina, the scaling is what helps it be more financially viable. And so I look at that possibility. What if that breakwater was out closer to the channel, and then what if that breakwater connected up to the pier that we've always talked about building, right? And now people have a way to get from the marina to walk down the docks and directly into downtown Oak Harbor. So there's a lot to be said for that. I'm certainly, like Councilmember Stavridis, intrigued about the engineering and the digging and all that. And just in closing, I have one question for you, Chris. What about the mini harbor?
What about the mini harbor? So what you're referring to, if people don't know, the mini harbor is located at Flintstone Park. What's interesting about that area there is we currently lease the tidelands from DNR. Where we're at the outstretches of town. It's 3/4 of a mile to get a cup of coffee. The tidelands at Flintstone Park, where the mini harbor is, those are owned by the city. Okay, so that takes DNR out of the picture, and that connects the marina to the city. That changes the marina. We're currently what they call a stopover marina. People stop over on their way from Seattle up to the islands, or from the islands to Seattle. We're right in the middle. They stop, they get fuel, they spend a night or two, and then they move on. It's different. What you want to be as a marina is a destination marina. You want to have a marina where people come to your marina so that they can do something. So they don't have to walk 3/4 of a mile to get a cup of coffee, but they can get off their boat and they can walk ashore and they can go shopping. They can go to the restaurants. It's all right there. And when you talk about Anacortes, that's what they have to offer. Cap Sante Marina, it's a beautiful marina. It's a port district, so it's taxpayer supported. But you can literally get off your boat. You can walk up to Safeway. You can go get pizza. You can go to the restaurants. You can go to West Marine right there. That's a destination marina. We're a stopover marina. If you move the marina over to Flintstone Park, to the mini harbor area, to those tidelands there, you change the marina. You change it from a stopover to a destination, because literally 5 minutes after a person ties their boat up, they can be in one of the shops downtown. They can be in one of the restaurants. They can be in one of the drinking establishments. They can be walking along the main street. It changes the whole ball game. So your observation of maybe that's where it should be is dead on, in my opinion.
All right. Well, obviously, we've got a lot more to discuss this afternoon, so I appreciate my fellow councilors' patience with me. But obviously, this is an important part of our community, and I think it deserved the time. And obviously, I look forward to some continued discussion on the subject. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Wiesner. Other questions or input about the dredging project? Okay. Seeing none, we'll move on to item number B, a Marina Salmon Rearing Project update. Chris?
Okay, I'm going to bring up another presentation. And if you thought I'd get excited about dredging, wait till we get going on this one. So I'm here to talk to you about the Oak Harbor Marina Salmon Rearing Project. This is a project that we worked on and did from 1982 through about 2012. And what it is we received fingerlings from the Marble Mountain Hatchery, Department of Fish and Wildlife, at the marina in the December, January timeframe. We raise them up and then we release them in the around Memorial Day typically. So this program ran from 1982 through 2012. It was halted in 2013 due to state budget constraints, not city budget constraints. During that time each year, we raised about 30 to 60,000 salmon. We raised both coho and chinook, that's silvers and kings. And during those years, we released nearly 1 million salmon into the Oak Harbor Bay. So that's really exciting. Moving forward, in 2018, we asked the state, hey, we'd love to restart this program. Can we get it restarted? We were initially denied. So from 2018 to 2021, Mayor Severance had several conversations with the state and wrote several letters. During this time, we worked with Steve Stout, who's now retired, and he was a hatchery reform and operations manager up at Marble Mount. And then lately, we've been working with Joe Cotu. And I got to tell you, Joe did amazing things for us. When he was hired, he saw the vision, he saw the program and said, we need to get on board with this and we need to get it going. He's now the Marble Mount hatchery manager. However, he just informed me that he's going to be moving down to Tacoma. He did such a good job, he got a promotion. So on May 23rd, we got word from Joe that we're going to receive 30,000 coho, those are the silvers, in late November, December, probably more like December, January. And that moving forward in the future, it'd be really nice to get some Chinook going too. And again, those are the king salmon. Those are the ones that everybody wants. So as we move forward with this project, we had three really great goals. You know, as the mayor and I talked about this and staff talked about this and the people involved talked about this. One, we want to create an outdoor classroom where students would be part of the entire rearing process, where they could come and see the fish in the pens, but in a natural habitat as well. They would participate in the salmon arrival, the feeding, and the release. And this picture that you see here is actually from one year when we were receiving them. You can see the number of kids there. I think these were Oak Harbor elementary schools. And what many of you may not know is Neil, who is one of our marina maintenance guys, just an amazing person. He was a school teacher at one time. So he had this whole spiel they would give them. He had them laughing and giggling, and most importantly, learning about salmon. It was truly amazing. Essentially, this outdoor classroom, hands-on experience was just wonderful. You can see the old fish pens there, and you can kind of see Neil in the background. We also, from there, may rear some in the classrooms if the teachers are willing. I have to say, though, that right now, due to COVID, there are limitations, and I think that field trips have been suspended. But in talking with one of the teachers at Oak Harbor School District, we're hoping that that'll end and we can get the kids down there and they can see it. The second goal was to revive a once thriving salmon fishery in this area. Area 8-1, and that's the area that surrounds the marina, was once a very popular fishing area, and you would catch the fish that the marina raised. Moving forward now, there's very few salmon out in the bay, and Area 8-1 in 2020 was closed for salmon fishing, and it's going to be again this year. So there's no fishing in our area. Those of you that are familiar with fishing know that fishermen are crazy. They will come from miles and miles away to go salmon fishing. So we believe that by reviving this fishery, we're going to aid with tourism in Oak Harbor. We talked about that a little bit with the dredge project, what the marina means to the city. With this project, we're adding to that tourism dollar. And the third goal was to support the Southern Orca Salmon Recovery, or Southern Orca Recovery Task Force. A few years ago, our governor, Mr. Inslee, formed a task force to figure out what we could do to increase the orca population. And some of you may be aware, we get orcas just outside of our channel. It is one of the most amazing things to see. You're out there boating around and you hear the spout and you look over and then you see the big dorsal fin and you see the pods of orca. So this program, in short, will increase the hatchery production, which is, we're not a hatchery, but we're releasing the fish into the bay, which the orca will feed on. And then it'll increase the prey availability for the southern orcas as well. So really, there's 3 great goals here that we landed on, and we believe we can achieve all these goals. So what is this going to cost? Well, the building material for the 2 net pins, I originally estimated at $10,000, but that was when the lumber was super high. Lumber has dropped off significantly, and I can tell you that we recently built the 2 net pins, or started building them just last Saturday, and I anticipate the cost to be around $7,500. We need to purchase a couple nets, that's $6,000. And I estimated $3,000 for salmon food, but Joe Couteau with the state has indicated that the state's going to supply that now. We have solicited some grants and donations, and the agencies that you see there, the Fidalgo Island, San Juan Island, Puget Sound Anglers Club, Iverson Insurance, Kim Jager, Vasquez Dentistry, and Glencoe have all stepped up and made donations, and we've also applied for some additional grants, which we're waiting in donations that we're waiting to hear from. If we don't receive enough in donations and grants, then I'll be talking to the City Council. So how are we going to get there? We're going to build 2 net pins. We've already done that. The net pins are 30 by 15. They're constructed of 9 treated wood. The picture you see there is of the old ones that have been destroyed. I believe that picture was from the 90s sometime. We're going to use plastic barrels for flotation. We're going to get a net, and we're going to create lids. You have to put lids over these, or else the birds just go crazy and they eat all the fingerlings. So as I mentioned, last Saturday we got together, had about 12 volunteers that signed in. There were actually more than that. And we built these pens. In the picture on the left, we created all these boxes, and that picture is Neil and one of the volunteers creating one of the final boxes. We moved the boxes to the end of building 4, and you can see all of the volunteers in the background assembling them. There's a close-up. The guys with the red on are putting the boxes together. On the right-hand side, you can see that we now have the frame built, and Tally from Public Works volunteered his time, and Public Works allowed us to use a loader. So Tally lifted that up. He wouldn't let me operate the loader for some reason. Lifted that up, and you can see the barrels there. So on the left, you can see that we've placed the barrels in. We're holding them in place with a wire mesh, or a nylon webbing mesh structure. And the barrels only need to be held in place when it's not in the water. When it's in the water, the barrels will press up. So you can kind of get a visual of what we're doing there. On the right-hand side, you can see the guys and gals, actually there were gals too, putting the decking on the floats. Here is what they look like right now. We have a little more work to do on them, and the Marina staff is busy working on those as I speak right now. And then I just want to say a big thank you. This is not all the people that were there. This is just the people that were there during the photo. There were many more. Just a big thank you to these guys and gals for showing up and helping us and giving us a whole Saturday on a windy, somewhat wet, rainy day. Be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Nice job, Chris. Thank you.
Thank you.
Turn to council. Any questions or input?
Mayor Pro Tem Munns has a question.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. It's not a question. We were on our way to Seattle, but we stopped by, and it was just contagious, seeing the excitement. And the angler group that came to do a lot of the building drove over from Anacortes because they wanted to participate. So that says a lot about our program and what you and the Marina folks have done to get the program back. So thank you. But it was really, truly exciting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, sir.
Nice job. We'll move on then to finance. Public safety level of service improvement discussion, police department. And for this, we have our finance director, David Golden, along with our police chief Dresker.
All right, thank you, Mayor. This is David Goldman, Finance Director. So this presentation, if I can move this over, this presentation will provide this is a continuation of the discussion from the previous two workshops. Working with Chief Dresker, we developed 3 options for the council to consider, but first I'll go over a brief recap from the prior workshop. So these were the costs of the police portion of the of potential projects and initiatives to increase the level of service provided and to provide a stable revenue source. These were the different areas. The personnel is on top with the 2 police officers and the evidence tech. There's new equipment involved as well that we went over previously. We also have the jail and lobby expansion and remodel and jail reorganization. And we also have some funding for reserve for replacements for vests, some software maintenance, and some fleet replacements and improvements. The average amount over 6 years is about $1.57 million. Breaking that up into categories of what is a new item and what is really looking for a stable revenue source. We have the 2 police officers that we currently have, that's stable revenue source. We have 1 new evidence tech. We also have some new equipment. The jail and lobby expansion, the budget currently has about $730,000 for jail services. That will go up to about $870,000. So what we did was we took the $730 and put it in the stable revenue sources since it's existing in the budget, and we took about $140,000 and put it into the new item category. And the other 2, those reserved for replacements and software and the fleet improvements and replacements, are all in the stable revenue source line. And you can see how that average of 1.57 is broken up between the 2 categories. So after talking with Chief Dresker, he developed 3 options that the council can consider going forward with for a future potential levy lid lift or a public safety sales tax type item. Option 1 would include everything from the previous slides, the entire $1.57 million annual average cost. Option 2 would be about $500,000 average annual cost, and it would include a stable revenue source for the 2 officers, funding for the evidence tech, and funding for the expansion and remodel of the police station lobby and that equipment that we went over in the previous workshops. That's about $500,000 annually. And option 3 is a scaled back plan that's about $200,000 annually. That would be finding a stable revenue source for 1 of the officers and funding for the one-time equipment. It's about $191,000 annually. And showing these numbers as the impact of the average home, option 1 on an annual basis will be about $200 or about $17 monthly. Option 2 would be about $64 annually or about $5 monthly. And option 3 would be about $24 annually or about $2 monthly. And that is the final slide. So are there any questions or direction you would like to provide staff at this time?
Thank you, Mr. Golden. Turn to council. Not seeing any. Okay, Councilor, looks like Councilor Wiesner.
Yeah, Mayor, I'll rescue you for a minute, I guess. Well, yeah, because this is a tough thing to talk about, right? I mean, it's an absolute no-brainer that our responsibility is to provide a safe place for the people that live here, and support to the police department is one way to do that. right? And but you know, we've got school levies, we've got hospital levies, we're coming out of COVID, we have utility rate increases, we've got inflation, we've got lots of things going on. You know, I'm going to say, of course, that the reason we always find ourselves in this situation is, of course, the state mandated cap, you know, on you know, property tax revenues, which is, you know, the main way we fund you know, safety, police, fire, et cetera, and public services, non-enterprise funds. A lot of that it's either sales tax revenue or property tax revenue, and we're capped on property tax revenue and have been at the 1% for several years now, and you know, when inflation's higher than that, we find ourselves shortchanged in being able to provide some of the basic services. So, tough conversation to have. I don't know that I have an answer for you, right? You know, I think. You know, obviously the chief is telling us he needs another officer on the street. The city continues to grow, and we all know that there's some things that we need to deal with in our community that aren't as desirable as it should be. I guess that's my 2 cents. I'm not going to give you an answer, David. I'm just going to say that it's a continued hard discussion to have during a time when there's so much going on around us economically, but it's a discussion we absolutely have to have because it's paramount to us being able to provide a safe place for our community. Thank you.
Thanks.
Mayor, could I just address that real quick? Just
yeah, go ahead, Chief.
Councilman Wiesner, thank you for your comments, and I'm going to make a couple things pretty clear here. One, I believe that you, the council members, have been very responsive to the needs of the community with regard to law enforcement and what we do. So fiscally speaking, I think you have provided resources that we need and been very fiscally responsible in that. And so any way you look at what we do here with the levy, I want to make sure that that's clear. Whether the levy goes forward or whether we go with option 1, 2, or 3 or no options, in my opinion, council has been very responsible with law enforcement, with the police department in providing police services. 2, again, I want to reemphasize, I am not looking for an additional body. So this levy is not bringing me an additional police officer. We have 28 authorized. You took that action, what is it, like 2 years ago. So any of the numbers or the officers you see on here are not to provide me or this department or the community with an additional police officer. We have 28 authorized. I believe that's a really good amount for us at this time with our current dynamics. We're struggling to get there right now because of some retirements and other things, but that's not on council or anything. That's on a lot of current dynamics that are occurring. We're talking to people almost every day trying to rehire. So the 28 authorized we have, I believe, is a good amount for the city. What this is doing is trying to find a more stable revenue way to pay for those officers, since we're, you know, the last 1 or 2 have been because of some other changes, but because of cost increase, that's why we're doing that, because we want to make sure if we don't move forward with the levy or some portion of this, 1, 2, or option 3, we will continue in our budget processes for the future, continue to struggle through how do we keep and maintain that 27th to 28th position. And of course, I'm going to say we need them. It's going to be you guys who work on the budget saying, boy, our budget is this. So we're just looking for that. That's why this is coming in all the way down to option 3, which is just 1 officer. It's not a new officer. It's just a sustainable way of paying for what we have as we enter into budget conversations in the future. Thank you. I just wanted to address that. Certainly I'm open to any questions if you need.
Thank you, Chief.
The chief just described why the finance director is never the most popular director in the city.
Mayor
Any
Pro
other-
Tem Munns has her hand raised.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief and/or Finance Director, Did you have an idea of when you would have this levy go before the people? I know that on Facebook today, some of the school board members have announced their levy for, or capital bond, in February, and it's the whole shebang, 5 new schools. Plus, right now, we've got the teachers, and I think that is 50 cents, not just point, 1 penny or 17 cents or something, but I think it's actually, if I've done it right, 50 cents. So it's just the timing matters a lot. So I just didn't know if there was an idea of when you would want to float this or not, whether we do 1, 2, or 3.
Thank you for that question. I do recall on a previous workshop, we went over the possible dates of when to do this, and I believe the consensus, or at least the sense, was perhaps in November of 2022 might make the most sense to go to the voters for this.
Thank you very
Mayor
much.
Pro Tem, if I could add real quick, and then I'll turn it over to Blaine, because really it's kind of moving towards, he's driving this with that portion. When we initially looked at this, we also looked at it along with the fire department. So I think, it's figuring out all of that. So, and Blaine, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, that's fine. You were very, very good on that. I think staff, when we kind of vetted this, we looked at the November 2022. That puts us out of the cycle with the school district and other jurisdictions that are doing levies. And I have a philosophy that it's worked well with us last time with the TBD we ran at during the November election cycle. So school district, for some reason, they like to run on the special election. So that would be the staff recommendation. And we're gearing this up. And I think I don't think we have Ray here, but he wants some time to prep, and hopefully we can get a supportive committee independent of the city. We can only focus on education component on there by giving some time. There might be that outside organization, sort of like what they do with the school district, that supports it. So we're looking for some really lead time from the council in doing this. And so I think that's what we want. And that's why David's kept this topic coming up. So I think we want to start probably talking to the new council right away in January or February, and then probably at that time really get the council to commit to a particular time so we can start gearing up for it on the education side.
Okay. Sounds like November 2022 is at least a target at this point. Any other staff questions, or council questions?
Oh, hey, Mayor, it's Erica. I think my hand is raised there. I don't know.
Oh, great. I see it now.
Oh, no, it's okay. It's okay. I got back on where I could get my buttons working. Yes, I concur. I think the November 22 sounds like a good time frame goal. I too was gonna, also make sure that the fire department. Yeah, I know everybody's sort of coordinated and it's gonna be a big effort, but I'm definitely supportive of that time frame and getting the fire, going as well. And I don't really have any strong recommendations for an option yet, but I'll continue to sort of look at it and think about it and get it together, maybe with everything that the fire department's thinking as well, and come up with a good plan. But I think we can do that going forward, or I guess maybe it won't be me, it'll be the next council. But it sounds like it will be a good plan. That's all.
Thank you. Great. Any other council input, questions? Okay, we'll move on then to our next item, which is Department of Revenue Business License Service Fee Structure discussion. Finance Director David Goldman. Mr. Goldman.
I'm in the process of bringing up the presentation as we speak. All right, this over here. So this presentation will provide an overview of the city's current business license fee structure and structures that are permissible within the state system. As you'll recall, we talked to the council a few months ago regarding the transition that Oak Harbor is going through from handling the business licenses solely by ourselves to getting on board with the state system, which businesses currently use the state system to get their state business license, but this would also add the local business licenses to that. A lot of other cities of all sizes have already joined the state system, and it's our turn, along with I think 6 or 7 other municipalities, to go through this process. So, current business license fee structure, it brings in about $53,000 a year. Well, that's at least what we're anticipating getting for 2021. And the permissible fee structures are next. So the current business license fee structure is located here. There's 3 classes. Class 1 is $100 for taverns, fraternal organizations serving food or liquor, restaurant businesses serving liquor, grocery stores, supermarkets containing over 3,000 square feet of sales area, and manufacturing and other businesses employing 50 or more people. $50 is for financial institutions, including savings and loans, credit unions, banks, professional businesses, including law businesses, accounting businesses, dentists, doctors, optometrists, veterinarians, engineers, surveyors, a whole bunch of professional businesses are located here, automobile dealerships and auto part dealers. Class 3 is $25, and that's for businesses located outside the corporate limits of the city or engaged in sales or sales services within the corporate who are engaged with sales or services within the city limits, or making retail sales or sales and deliveries within the corporate limits of the city, contractors and subcontractors providing building services, or materials or equipment within the corporate limits of the city, and anything else that's not classified in 1 or 2. Businesses moving into the city after half the year is done will only pay 1/2 the fee above for their first year. Nonprofits and governmental agencies are exempt, and home occupations that do require a license depending on the class. We have a number of different endorsements that are in addition to those fees. Type 1 entertainment, $25. It's an establishment that provides entertainment but does not provide entertainment in connection with the business or of directly or indirectly selling liquor for consumption on or within the premises. 221 is a type 2 entertainment establishment, and that provides entertainment in connection with the business or directly or indirectly selling liquor for consumption on or within the premises. There's a bunch of other endorsements here. This one's over 1,000 for adult entertainment. At the pawnbrokers, 30. Taxi cabs and vehicles are 50 for 1 or 2 drivers and 25 additional. Same with horse-drawn carriages. And then you have the Transportation Network Company endorsement and the mobile food vendor endorsement. So the permitted license types in the state system are 4: general businesses, home occupations, a non-resident business, that's somebody whose address is not in the city, but they're doing business within the city, and nonprofits. And the structures that are allowed are a flat fee for business license type. They can be determined by the gross income of the business. They can be determined by the employee count, whether it's a flat or a range. It could be a combination of gross income or employee count, or perhaps another combination. And according to the state, we can do endorsements outside of this business license system. We would get notification that a business license is in, and we would review it for endorsements, and we can hold it up until such time as we process the endorsement and we pay the endorsement fee. So here are some example structures. Flat fee per business license type. So there are 4 business license type. This is an example, could be any number here. Perhaps general businesses pay 50, home occupations pay 25, a non-resident pays 25, and nonprofits pay 0. Determined by gross income, up to $2,000 would be 0, $2,000 to $50,000 could be 25. These are just examples, it can be anything. These categories could be anything, the fee could be anything. Determined by employee count. So perhaps 0 to 24 employees, if the business has that range, it's $25. If it's between 25 and 49, it's 50, and maybe they pay 100 if it's over 50. Maybe you have a graduate example, the minimum is 25. Everybody pays at least 25, and for each employee you have, it's $4 per employee. And for the next, once you hit employee 11, you would then pay $6 per employee. The first 10 would still be 4, but the next group would be $6 each. And then if it's over 21, that 21, 22, 23, each would be $8, and you could cap it at like 30. So we're not going to keep charging if you have over 30 employees. Could be a combination. 0 to 2,000, you pay nothing. But if you're above 2,000, maybe you pay $25 plus $5 per employee. So any structure can be designed to be revenue neutral, or maybe plus inflation. And like I said before, $53,000 is generated annually from this revenue source. So we took a look at some other cities that are nearby, and a few cities that finance departments familiar with. And we took some information from the state auditor. They have a financial intelligence tool. And so in some cases, we didn't have 2020 numbers. We had to use 2019 numbers. So we took the population of these different areas, including Oak Harbor. We took the revenues related to business licenses of everywhere, including Oak Harbor. And then we also took the general fund, the size of the general fund, and this is the annual general fund. A lot of folks do annual budgets like us, but I just put the annual general fund in here. So running a couple of ratios, the amount of business license revenues as a percent of the general fund, you can see how it varies depending on the city. And Oak Harbor is actually tied for Mount Vernon as the lowest ratio at 0.3, and the average is 0.8. If you look at the business license per capita, business license revenues per capita, that's per person, that's divided by population, you'll see there's a high here at Burlington of $14. Oak Harbor's at $2.15 per person, and the average is about $8 per person. On a graph, the first ratio is a percent of the general fund. You can kind of see it graphically. There's a couple high points here in Mill Creek and Port Townsend, and the low ones are Oak Harbor and Mount Vernon, Marysville, and so on. And this is per capita. You can see that Burlington and Port Townsend are up on the higher end, and Oak Harbor, Cedar Woolley, and Marysville are on the lower end. But you can also, if I click on this link here, you can also see how the different structures are for the different cities. So if we went ahead and clicked on Anacortes, you can see for a general business category, it's $40. Nonprofits are 0, and a non-resident business, which means that the business, we do business within the city limits of Anacortes, but they don't actually have an address there. They do it by gross income. So up to 2,000 is 0, but above 2,000 is 40. And it's the same thing for renewal. You can also look at some other places too. It's available, it's online, it's public. You can go ahead and, like I'll go to Kirkland's, for example. So a general business license is 0 up to $12,000. But if it's above $12,000, they charge $100 plus $105 per employee. For a nonprofit, it's 0. For a home business, it looks like it's the same structure. And for a non-resident, it looks like it's a little different. It's 0 up to 2,000. Between 2,000 and 12,000, it's 50. And then above 12,000, it's the same structure that they have elsewhere. So I can't go through all these, we don't have time, but they are available online to see the different structures that were permissible by the Department of Revenue. I also have a calculator. I can just look at it real quick. I know we don't have a whole lot of time because I'll just open it up real quick. There we go. So it's a little busy, but basically I just built an example with 3 tiers. That example that I used before, where you had between 0 and 10 employees, it was $4 an employee. From 11 to 20 employees, it was 6. And from 21 to 30, it's 8. And with a minimum fee of 25. Under the current system we have, we're looking at about $53,000 in revenues. Under this example, just applying it to the information that we have available in our database, that would bring about $56,000. So it's a little bit more. And you could see here the amount of folks at $25. It increases under this scenario because you can see that about 1,549 businesses will pay that $25, where under the current fee, it was 1,474. Between 25 and 50, 82 businesses would pay that, where under what we currently have, 217 would pay that. And between 50 and 100, it's almost the same. 51 under the new scenario, 55 under the current fee. And nobody pays over 100 now except for those extra endorsements I talked about. But under this scenario, we'd have 64 businesses now paying over $100. They would be the larger businesses. So, you know, I built this so it's adjustable and we could kind of play around and try different things. I know we don't have time to do that today, but anyhow, that's just an update for the city council to just kind of digest and make comments, and feel free to provide direction on to how you'd like the staff to proceed, knowing that, you know, there is some new structures and new categories we have to kind of go forward with the state system.
Thank you, Mr. Goldman. I see Councilor Wiesner has his hand up.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Well, you know, first off, I got to say kudos to staff for coming up with so many interesting subjects during one workshop meeting. And obviously, I understand time's of the essence here. We got a lot of stuff to do, but this is important stuff. And I just want to point out some things that we need to think about. If we make our fees cohesive to businesses to be able to do it, then what's going to happen is people are going to figure out a way around it. I mean, let's face it, this is a hard area to police. So there's a little bit of honor system involved here. Sometimes, you know, we can catch them. The reality is going onto the state website is going to result in more people obtaining business licenses. I've done this in other towns, and when I create a business, of course, I'm online, I create all my business stuff, and then I get a chance to pick all the towns I want to get business licenses in. And I often go in and I'll pick the towns that charge a zero fee for a non-resident for a small amount. I'll go in and pick them and just add them. And that way, if I ever have to do business in that town, I'm covered, I'm legal, and I can do a certain amount of business in that town before I have to pay a registration fee. I think the same result's going to happen here. And I think it is going to give the ability for maybe more folks to feel as though it's easier to do business in Oak Harbor if we structure it right. I don't think it should hit the small businesses starting out as hard as it should hit the businesses established. I like the idea of the dollar amount range. Again, I get it. It's an honor system, right? That they're going to have to report the right amount of dollar amounts, but we do have the ability to track that against sales tax revenues and some other things to correlate that. And I'm actually kind of surprised at our food truck fee, quite frankly. $300 seems to be kind of a negative. Yeah, I know if I was a food truck vendor and I was thinking about coming here to do one event in the community to see if it's a community I wanted to do more business in, that would be a fee I probably wouldn't pay. I'd probably go to a different event someplace else. And I know our local events have had problems attracting food trucks due to some of our restrictive regulations. So that's something I'd like to take a gander at. But generally, I like the scaled concept. Hit the people starting out, hit the people that are just starting to do business in our city the least, and as you get established and as you're building revenue within our city, then pay a little bit more. And I like the idea that we're going to automate this and make it easy for people registering their home businesses and their corporations and stuff to be able to select Oak Harbor for a place to be able to do business.
Thank you. The one caveat by the gross income example is we don't have that data. It's going to take about a year for the state to collect the data, and then we can revisit it to look at that. But we do have number of employee data already in our system. It was something that I guess we just ask as a matter of course. So we do have that data. That's why I was able to build the calculator, but I wasn't able to build a calculator on gross income because we just don't have the data.
Mayor Pro Tem Munds has her hand up.
Okay, and then we'll go to Councilor Wassner. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. So Mr. Goldman, Toppings in town has a regular store, but they also have a food truck, I guess you would call it. So they pay their regular business and they're going to pay $300 because it's a mobile food truck? I don't know. The $300 seems a bit high to me. And not sure how we ever got to it. Pardon?
Mayor Pro Tem, I can answer that question. The Toppins would not pay the mobile food truck endorsement because they're the same would apply to like Orlando's. They have their food truck. They don't pay that. It's part of their general business license and therefore part of their operation. So there's not a separate. The mobile food vendor endorsement is for those that aren't tied to a place here in Oak Harbor.
So our parades and events where the chamber solicits food trucks to come in would be paying $300. How does that compare with other cities?
Gosh,
that just seems a bit
I know
high.
that I know when we had the events through the chamber, they aren't expected to pay the mobile food vendor endorsement because it's under the chamber's operations. That's my experience with that.
Okay, so they're not getting a separate license to participate in Holland Happening on the food court there. They just pay a fee through the chamber and the chamber pays you for the event?
Yeah, past practice, there's not a mobile food vendor endorsement required for those vendors if they are a part of an event with the chamber.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jazz. Councilor Wassner?
Oh, yes, thank you, Mayor. Can you bring back up the slide that lists the different cities around us? And I was kind of shocked. So for the Anacortes, so their BLS revenue is 90,000 and ours down there is 49 roughly. But then on the calculator, you just were showing the examples, and are they really doing like a flat $40 fee for, you know, most all of their businesses, if I heard you right? So I'm just like really curious how they generated $90,000 and we only generate 49,000. I mean, do they really have that many more?
I don't have their data. They can't share the data, you know, from different cities. You know, the Department of Revenue can't. But the state auditor has all the information right online about all the different revenues that are generated by every city that reports to the state auditor, whether it be sales taxes or property taxes, and of course, business license related taxes. And yeah, this is what it shows.
Yeah, I just find that like really odd that they could generate that much off of a $40 fee compared to what we're generating off of our current fees. It just like it kind of doesn't. It just doesn't kind of add up to me. But I'll have to process.
Our average fee. I'm gonna open the calculator back up. Our average fee is about $30, I think.
Is it that low?
Yeah, let me just open it up. Current. I know I
Wow.
have it somewhere. Where's my average? Yeah, right there. Average fee is $30.47.
Okay.
And under this scenario I just threw together, it's $32.
Mm-hmm.
I was to do a different scenario. Maybe let's see if I can. What would happen if I did some stuff here? The average fee keeps going up. Let me do 10, 15, 20. Yeah, see, we would generate $85, and the average fee would go up to $49. They must have more business. Every city is a little different. So
Yeah. Oh no, it just kind of caught my eye, and I'm sorry. I guess I didn't realize. I thought our average would be more than 30 right currently.
This is the current.
Just in my own head. So no, that's fine. And I I fully support. What my other question was, so the state, if we go onto their system, I know Jim talked a little bit about like it's going to kind of create this honor system and ways around it, but would the state not link it and sort of, because like I know all businesses have to file every year their annual, you know, B&O tax and pay their own business license to the state and or their own annual reporting. And so the state, it's not like the state can't get in there and be like, okay, I know you. Well, I know B&O is a lot on the gross revenue. There's no way to like, they're not cross-checking it.
Well, to get a state license currently, they have to put in their gross revenue and number of employees. So once we're on the system, it's going to be the same data. So, and however the state currently audits or verifies that number that the employers put in, they'll be following the same steps.
System to do the license. Okay, makes sense. Well, thank you for all the information.
Sure.
So, Councilor Wiesner?
Yes, Mayor, I just had a couple of comments. One is, you know, we're probably going to expect a higher compliance with this new system, so I would expect more revenue. And in fact, I would imagine if you looked at all the cities who signed on to this program, they're probably going to tell you that their revenue for business licenses went up 15 to 20% just because you're capturing those home businesses, because all they got to do is push one button and they go ahead and get the city license at the same time. Makes it simple and easy. So I think we're going to see that. And just back to the mobile food truck thing, I think we just need to revisit that dollar amount and make sure that we're equitable across all events, whether they're the chamber or whether there's a private company that wants to come in and hold an event or just what. And I think we need to, you know, the things change over time. Food trucks are the in thing. There for a while, food trucks weren't so desirable. Now food trucks are being used as starters for restaurants. I mean, there's cities building food truck court venues to be able to rent out spaces to food trucks and using those as incubators to start other businesses in the community. So I think we need to shift with the time, and that's actually an area that I think we need to promote. I think we need more food trucks in our city, and so I'd like to make sure that we are giving that the proper property. I think $300 is too much. Thanks.
Councilor Wassinger, I see your hands up.
Sorry, I forgot to unraise my hand.
Oh, okay.
My apologies.
Okay. Anyone else?
Mayor, Councilmember Servadius has his hand raised.
Okay, Councilor Servadius.
Thank you. Just a couple thoughts without knowing too much about anacortes. I think Mr. Goldman pulled them up as a sample, and they were a hybrid where you don't have to go back and pull them up. But, you know, when you consider I think they've got 5 marinas, 2 refineries. If it's a business license based on gross revenue, then that probably explains how they're generating some of that. I would concur with Mr. Wiesner. I don't want to have to run around asking someone how many employees they have, or, you know, if you've ever been to a farmer's market, there's plenty of cash that trades hands for goods, and I'm sure all of that is reported and sales tax is collected accordingly. But it would probably make sense to have a fairly streamlined system that would encourage people to do the right thing, get a business license, keep that fee, that entry-level fee, fairly nominal. And I don't think the difference between 25 or 40, that's $15 obviously, would maybe persuade someone from not doing the right thing. Hopefully they would do the right thing. But I would keep it as simple as possible, not having to chase around. Someone made $2,200 in gross revenue. That's completely the honor system. So let's just streamline it, and hopefully people will jump on board. But I do support going to the state system. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Servadius. Anyone else? Okay. We'll move on then to item number C under finance. American Rescue Plan Act, Council Subcommittee update.
I was hoping you'd read it slower because I have to bring up the presentation.
Council Subcommittee update. Sorry.
There we go.
This is brought to us again by Finance Director, Mr. David Goldman.
All right, sharing the screen now. I'll bring this over here again. All righty then. And I want to bring this up to later. So this is an update of the latest American Rescue Plan subcommittee recommendations for funding. Just to give another overview to whoever's watching, the city will receive approximately, well, pretty much exactly $6.6 million in ARPA funding, or $6,578,122. Funds must be obligated by December 31st, 2024, and expended by the end of 2026. And on July 13th, the City Council created an ARPA subcommittee consisting of 3 council members and relevant city staff. So the subcommittee made a number of recommendations at their last meeting, which I will bring up now, and it's also contained in the backup to the agenda bill. So this is that sheet, that's a backup. There were 3 different categories that we divided these initiatives or projects in. One is our items that were supported for funding by the subcommittee. 2 include items that the subcommittee asked for more detail about before they can provide a recommendation. And 3, a couple items came up post-meeting, which we included here and we had discussed with the city council at previous meetings this month. So the first item, I'll go through these items relatively quickly. It's all in your backup. But the first item is an even $100,000 for purchasing PPE for staff, city council, and community visitors at city facilities. Number 2 is a one-time extra holiday to be held on December 23rd, which is a Thursday this year. The Christmas holiday will be held on Friday, December 24th. So this would give people a long weekend similar to Thanksgiving. I wasn't able to calculate a cost to this because the costs were already budgeted for all of staff. So unless there's additional overtime that's generated or costs that are generated directly because of this action, it'll be hard to use any of the funding to pay for costs that are already budgeted specifically to payroll. And that's because talking to the state auditor during this audit regarding CARES funds, they did bring that up as one of the things they'll be looking at, not only on the CARES funds, but also on this funding too. And also the limited term economic development position. This is a position to help out with the economic development activities for the city to help generate, obviously, more businesses and more visitors to come to the city. Actually, more businesses, which will generate more visitors and other folks to come to the city. This amount of $277,000 is the estimated cost for this position through the end of '24. Under the finance area, I suggested perhaps, since there's a lot of people using heaters, which are 1, a fire hazard, and 2, not energy efficient, and also fans during the summer, we can take a look at the windows. After talking to facilities, they told me that the windows we have are the best windows for the kind of structure that we currently have, but we can definitely work on fixing all the window seals throughout City Hall, and the estimate's about $5,000 to do that. The other item, our finance department office space, airborne illness mitigation, just basically better office space, cubicles and equipment to help mitigate cross-contamination and illnesses. It's similar to what you might see in other areas of City Hall. For fire, we have a few different items for fire: the bunker gear, the extrication tools, fire helmets, replacement of 20-year-old AEDs, life-saving equipment. Those items together, and I have it in the backup. I'll just kind of go to the backup here. Those together are about $131,000. In addition, the request came in for a fire lieutenant due to the acute COVID-related staff shortage. The thought was, if the council goes ahead and the voters decide to go ahead and do the West Side Fire Station, this lieutenant position was included in that. But because of the staff shortage, it was recommended that we get a jump on that and go ahead and open a fire lieutenant position. and use the American Rescue Plan funding through the end of 24. And after 24, whatever other funding source the voters decide to continue funding this position. Next would be $30,000 for a policy and procedure management system. That would ensure that city policies are organized, easily found, and it'll streamline the policy life cycle and help keep all of staff and city council and administration up to date in light of all the changing laws, rules, and regulations that are out there. In the information technology area, we have $5,000 requested for cybersecurity software, and in light of all the hacks and the malware and everything else going on out there, it was thought that $5,000 would be a small price to pay for a little more peace of mind and better security. There might be other items coming up in the next round of funding regarding that as well. We have about $7,200 for just replacements for iPads for the boards and commissions and also city council members, and also about $30,000 for server replacements at city facilities and one over at the police department. For the marina, similar to what the city council approved for the park security cameras, we're looking at perhaps using this funding for the marina portion of that security camera contract, and this would save the marina fund about $49,000. Parks, there's 4 different items on parks. We have an asphalt renovation. Keep in mind, Parks did submit a longer list of items. These were the 4 that were decided to be recommended for funding. So asphalt renovation over at Flintstone Park, a garden shed and a greenware storage facility there at the Ramaley Memorial Park, about $11,000 for Smith Park for native plant reintroduction, and $45,000 to help with the shoreline renovation over at Windjammer Park. In the police department, there's a total of about $88,000, and I am taking some stuff from a different section on this list and just grouped it together with police. Actually, the different sections right here is priority capital section. I'm grouping it together, but about $88,000 for police department pistol optics. That's for the equipment and training for that system, a use of force training system, and these HRET vests for $8,000. And I did mention the fire HVAC replacement before when I was talking about fire. So that would be up there in that section as well. These 4 items that start with PW, that stands for Public Works, those are generators. There'll be generators throughout the city for the fire department, for the police department, for City Hall, and 2 over at the Public Works facility. One would be for the facility itself, and another would be for the fuel island to make sure that in the event of a power outage, we would still have power to run our essential operations. And the total for all those is, like I said, $450,000. Over at the senior center, there's $4,000 for an air duct cleaning and air filtration system, and about $1,000 for a new program class training and certification. For development services, it was recommended for about $2,000 to provide a monitor in the downstairs, City Hall downstairs conference room over in development services to facilitate smart conferences, and also about $2,100, which was proposed by the Main Street Association for downtown directional signs. Now, this electronic signature software is under legal, but really it's more of a citywide initiative to help bring us up to the level of what I've seen and from what other folks have seen in other cities. Before he left, Grant Weed was involved in this proposal. The cost is approximately I'd say about $6,000 a year, because that's a 3-year cost there for $18,000. And this would propose, of course, using the American Rescue Plan funds to utilize this. And, electronic signatures would facilitate speed and efficiency, and also would be, it would also facilitate, the social distancing that you'd have for COVID. You wouldn't have to physically be there and touch the documents. And finally on this list are technologies for employees. It's under Public Works, but it's really kind of citywide. And the $40,000 is really an estimate. It's to help folks like, we may have talked about at other meetings where you might have a work crew, but nobody has a phone to contact their contact back at the headquarters or contact back at the department to get clarifications or information or instructions. So that would be an average of $200 per employee, but it might be that the crew would have one phone. Of course, phones are more than $200 nowadays, but you'd have one phone for the crew in order to contact the department or whoever they need to contact to get clarification on items. The next two items came up after the subcommittee, but they were brought up during city council meetings this month. One was the term limited utility billing cashier to help out with the crush of customers and work the utility billing office is going to get regarding the payment plans due to the governor's moratorium expiring, and also the business license transition over and contacting 1,500 to 1,600 different businesses to help them out to make sure it goes off as smooth as possible. And $60,000 is in here for to pay for an engineering consultant. The city council, I think a meeting or two ago, agreed to a $60,000 increase to the Semirao engineering contract. And it was brought up at the meeting that perhaps American Rescue Plan funds can pay for that. So that would be the $60,000. Now, the subcommittee did ask for more details on 4 items. We did receive more details on the police item and these 2 items here under outreach, and those are in your backup. We're still working with Public Works on this item here. This would be assisting customers with I&I issues to replace their laterals, and that'll be something that we'll be working with Public Works on over the next few months. So that's really it as far as this goes. I could bring up the presentation again. So we're open to City Council having a discussion. I put some questions on here that that City Council might want to consider when they're, giving us direction on which of these items to move forward with, and maybe which items they would like more information on, or any items that maybe are not on the list that we should be looking at bringing to the subcommittee to consider for next round. So with that, the floor is open.
Thank you, Mr. Goldman. So,
Mayor Pro Tem Munns has her hand raised.
yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question about the $30,000 to fund a policy and procedure management system to ensure that city policies are organized, easily found, and will streamline our policy life cycle to help keep them up to date in light of changing laws, rules, and regulations. Usually our policies and going over them to be sure if we're up to date or which ones are out of date has always been our legal staff. So I guess I don't understand exactly what this is. And maybe my brain farted at a meeting or something, but I would like a little more information on that one, please, to be explained at some time. Thank you.
Yeah, we can provide that information. I gave all the directors a heads up yesterday that questions may come up about items that are in their categories. So, please be prepared to answer. So that is under the human resource area. So Emma probably would be able to provide a good semblance of the need and the improvements that management system will provide.
Yeah, Emma, are you here?
Yes, Human Resources has actually been the lead in policy development and management, but legal has been the reviewer and signs off on those policies that are then taken to the mayor to be added into our policy manual.
And Emma, can you talk to the software itself as what you have in mind there and how it would provide some efficiency?
So yeah, most policy text software management systems have the ability for documents to be shared through a system so that they're easily tracked. They can be edited by multiple users at the same time. Comments and changes are easier to be seen and recognized. And then the approval process is a lot more easier electronically, so that employees can also retrieve them, search them by search fields and search names, codes, and things like that. So right now, we just don't have a good place where this information is searchable, and we do not have a good mechanism for getting policies developed and approved in a timely time frame.
Okay, is there a name to this software? Who the company is or what the program's called?
We haven't selected a software vendor yet, but Policy Tech is a main software provider of that service.
So if it's budgeted, we'll go through the procurement process.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I saw Councilor Wiesner.
Thank you, Mayor. David, on the electronic sign down at Bixma Park, refresh my memory. Why are we replacing it? Is it just an upgrade to?
Oh, let me bring out the additional information. Where is that document? Is this it? Okay, here.
Yeah, I read that, but it doesn't really explain why we're replacing. I understand the function of the sign.
Okay.
But is the sign not working? Does it?
I think Sabrina would probably be the best person to respond to that question.
I was trying to turn on my video. I apologize, Councilor Wiesner. So when talking with staff about this sign, we know that it's coming up for a replacement in the next couple of years. So when we were putting together the list of requests, this was one of the items that we included. And so we're just putting it to council for you to decide if you want to do that. It will be up for replacement in the next couple of years during the cycle of this funding.
And that's just because of normal amortization as far as normal
wear and tear, etc. Yeah.
Yeah. And I assume that the new sign would be enhanced, easier to operate, have more functions, features, etc.
Yeah, we would go through a procurement process, so we would be looking for some of those features. But again, we would do that after we had approval from council to move forward with that.
Okay. Yeah, I'll put some thought to that. And then my general comments, David, is, obviously I was involved in part of this process, and I think you understand my thought process involved in that, and again, I appreciate Sabrina's comments on the sign. We're looking at things that maybe we can relieve other areas of our budget, and now some of this money is actually going to be freed up elsewhere in our budget. There are things that we were going to purchase otherwise, and obviously these funds came along and are enabling us to be able to use these funds instead rather than our general fund, which, with all that said, what I want to do at the end of this, and I think I've told you this before, is I want to make sure that we have things to touch and feel, right? I mean, this is a lot of money for the city, and this is an opportunity for the city to do something really good, right? And so I'm hoping that we're freeing up funds to be able to do something to, enhance our park, do something for our community that they can look at that and say, this is something kind of actually good that came out of COVID, because we all need that to keep our sanity right now, right? Mm-hmm. We all need to grasp for that. So to be able to, complete a project, complete part of our Windjammer Park, complete our parkade cover that could create a park promenade in our downtown. Something like that would be fantastic to come out of all this. So there's some of this is shifting money. Some of this is, getting a couple of wish list items done. But in the end, I'm going to hope that we're going to be able to have something solid to share with the people in our community, and we can say it was because of us being able to use these funds for these things. With that said, the only thing I've got a problem with, I guess, that I'd want further investigation on the list is the generators. I just want to discuss that a little bit. Obviously, it's a big hunk of money, and I just want to understand. We're getting portable stationaries, just a bunch of stuff, right? So those are the only ones I think that I'd want to get some further info on, and the electronic sign, maybe I could be convinced if we could repurpose that existing sign to a good use to get the rest of our life out of it. Maybe something where we're not sending messages up 24 hours a day or something like that. Just a thought. Thank you.
Mayor, Councilmember Servadius has his hand raised.
Councilor Servadius.
Thank you. Similar thoughts to Mr. Wiesner there. A couple things that stand out to me, obviously looking at big ticket items. public safety, all of the PPE, all of that stuff, I have no problem supporting that. When I look at the top, the economic development position, you know, that was one of the reasons that we hired Mr. Oborn, and also that was a highlight on Mr. Goldman's resume. So I'd be curious, you know, what have we done thus far in that arena? I know that the council allocated some dollars towards that, those economic development concerns. 5,000, I think, went towards the fiber initiative with, it was Janet St. Clair and others that were putting that together. I don't know. The county, we haven't gotten any updates on where that's going. So I'm really hesitant to push money out. Although that's a priority or a priority that I'm very passionate about, I'd be very concerned about where those dollars are going. The sign stood out to me as well right off the bat. I know that we paid for that through the lodging tax funds, $30,000, and I was okay with it. I'm not you know, it's kind of doesn't seem to fit for me down there. You know, I'm not a huge fan of all the moving motion and all the lights. It kind of takes away from the coastal nice town feel. So I would want to know, just because, you know, a sign might have an average life expectancy of 7 to 10 years, unless we have, I don't know if they're called pixels or they're actual LED bulbs in that thing going out. To me, the only reason to upgrade would probably be a much higher resolution sign. But I want to look for things, you know, when I saw in there, in Public Works, they had working on the sewer laterals, $150,000. To me, that starts to make sense, because we know we have a serious problem with I&I, and help me remember, it's intrusion and what's the other I? There's two I's. Infiltration, what are they? Someone from Public Works, please.
Inflow and infiltration.
Infill?
Inflow and infiltration.
Okay, thank you. So those are things that I would be behind putting, or I could really support throwing some money at, because long term, that reduces the wear and tear on the treatment plant, and it's the right thing to do. The same thing with the purple pipe for Beeksma was in there somewhere, taking and getting effluent used for watering Beeksma Gateway Park. Anywhere we could throw purple pipe into these numbers makes sense, because that's less potable water that we're using that we have to pay for from Anacortes. So I guess my general thought is, you know, we've seen a couple of renditions of this. I want to take some time to really go through it personally, but whoever is on that committee and staff, please continue to sharpen your pencil. I don't want to, just because we got a windfall of $6.5 million, turn this into a giant wish list. And I don't want that to be derogatory towards anybody, but let's really look at long term what our needs are as far as public safety, public works, infrastructure, and make sure that we're getting the dollars behind that stuff. There's some things in there that I remember there was directional signage somewhere that was a recommendation from Main Street. I support Main Street, but I was just curious, you know, it was like $2,000 or $2,100 for some directional signage right up there, downtown directional signage, $2,100. You know, you could make the argument that that's not a huge ticket item out of this whole amount of money, but as my dad always said, watch the pennies and the dollars will take care of themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Servadius. So, just a clarification, we have had counselors sitting on this committee, right?
Yeah, we have 3 council members who are part of this committee. Okay. And this phase was thought of as just kind of like the first main phase of allocating the funding from the American Rescue Plan Act money. There's still, the majority of it still has not been allocated. And the thought process was at the next meetings, we would start to look at, one, the amount of money we were able to save in the various funds, like the cameras being paid from the Marina Fund will save the Marina Fund some money. Also, the general fund might be able to save some money due to what Councilmember Wiesner was saying about offsetting funds. But also think about the kind of things that the council was talking about, like what major public works items can we do to help generate synergies between, for example, the purple pipe and utilizing the clean water facility, you know, that stream, or other things we can look at as well that will be a major benefit to the public. You know, there's other examples of what's happened right here in Whidbey Island. I think, you know, the county, or I think I was reading somewhere that Langley was using some of these funds to help fund some water or wastewater projects. And they were saying they were funding those projects to, reduce future increases in their rates. And there were some other projects I remember seeing at the county too. So, there's just different ways we can really look at these different projects, and that was really the intention to go forward with the second round, which will start. This is like the first main round. The second round will start in November. To really look at things from that perspective.
So when will this come back to council for final approval?
Well, this list, or whatever council says to bring forward on this list, will come on November 16th as a budget amendment for final approval. That'll officially designate the funding to the various projects or initiatives.
So if another councilor wanted to intervene and submit their ideas, they can't come to the meeting because there would be a quorum there, but they could certainly send in their dark pencil ideas, right?
Well, yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
The
great.
council can contact you, and you could send us however way you want to do it. Yep.
Great. Good. Thank you. Other council input? Questions?
Councilmember.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Councilmember Heisen has her hand raised.
Great. Okay, Councilor Heisen.
Thank you, and thank you to Mr. Goldman. That was a great kind of synopsis. And Councilmember Servadius, all of the things that you mentioned, or most of them, if not all, are on the long-term list. This is kind of the real short-term list. Finance actually created this, and I can send it to you, this matrix, and it was, whether the thing on the list met, all this different criteria. We asked each department to send us their wish list and then to narrow that down and then prioritize that. And, the focus on getting each department the tools that they need to do whether that's additional staff, whether it's new equipment, software, safety gear, communication tools. These things are not as sexy as cash bonuses, I understand. But the idea is if we could, hopefully touch on each department and get them moving with the tools that they need to be successful and streamline things and be safe. And so this is just the very short-term immediate need. We've already approved some of those things, like the senior center staff person and a couple other short-term things. There was quite a bit of discussion, and every single one of these things on the list we did go through at the meeting in detail, and so nothing got kind of slipped in here at the last minute or anything like that. We've discussed all of this. The economic development position, there was a lot of discussion about that, and it specified as term through 2024 at a 3-year cost. I think that there was some hesitation to kind of add that as a permanent staff person and as an ongoing expense, but there was also some thought that having an economic development specific position to kind of help guide us out of the COVID thing, and it was very specifically designed to be a short-term position, and then if it works out amazingly and we decide to keep that person, then we can always revisit that in the future. That is a big ticket item though, so if council has really strong feelings about that one way or the other, we would love to hear them. I'm kind of lukewarm about that one, but I would support it if everybody else does. And I want to say thank you for the additional information on the few things that we did ask for more information on. That was really helpful. And I think that's all I have. I just really, the the matrix is great. We can email that to you so you can see it. But the amount of work that staff has put into this and the amount of detail, we had a lot of criteria. Was it already a priority? Was it already on the list? Is this something that may end up saving us money down the road? What is, if there's any offset? We had a lot of boxes to tick, and Mr. Goldman and his staff and the department heads providing and the staff members providing information ticked every single one of them. And if there was any question about any of these things, they said, okay, we'll take it off the list, we'll get more information, and we'll come back. So it's been a really, really educational process, and I really appreciate being part of the subcommittee because it's been, I think, a really valuable exercise, and I know it's a lot of additional work, but hopefully each department and the community will really benefit from this in the long term. And by all means, if you do think of something that isn't on the list, be sure to send it our way while we're weighing all of the options. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Heisen, for your time and work on this project, and thank you to the other two councilors. Really appreciate it, and especially staff. My goodness. Any other input or questions? Thank you. We'll just move on then to...
Well, before we move on, I just want to let council know that we're going to bring a budget amendment for all these items on November 16th, except for the I&I. We still need more information on that. And I wasn't sure about the sign. Was there anything else that we should not bring as part of the budget amendment?
You should hold off on the generators, right?
Generator, that's right. I forgot. I knew it was
Hold off on the economic, so we can hold off all the items that were brought up as concerns. We can pull those off.
All right. Position. All right. Very good.
Okay. Thank you. Out of time there, Mr. Goldman. Thank you. We'll move on then. Move on to our next item, and this goes to Public Works, Biosolids Sustainability Plan. And we have our interim Public Works Director, Mick Monken. Mick?
Good evening, Council and Mr. Mayor. Just need a moment here, and I'll get the shared screen up. Okay, are you seeing the shared screen right now at the biosolid plan?
Not yet.
Okay, let me try it again.
Yes, now we are.
Excellent, excellent. So I'm proposing for the council to consider the development of a sustainability plan. This is for the biosolids. So the council did approve, or the city did approve, a marketing plan that was done in July of 2020. This plan was an approach. It wasn't actually a plan, at least I had not been able to obtain one, that had a long term for the sustainability. So what is being proposed here in the past, in July, is they had what was called Harbor Green. It was the name of the biosolids, and it was proposed that it could be marketed to a number of different entities like agricultural, garden clubs, recycling, hobby farms, and that has not yet materialized. So the sustainability plan, the difference on that is that this will be a specific approach rather than a general marketing. It will establish policies, and the approach will include options beyond marketing. So in the background, we generate about 10 cubic yards each week. It is classified as an AEQ, which is the highest biosolid rating that you can get from the federal government. It's safe for human, environment, and food. The material, the biosolids we produce, it has been checked for the air quality and for the handling, and we have gotten a clean bill of health. It does have a unique odor, and it needs a sustainable plan so that we don't keep having to figure out where to put it. What we're currently doing, and the picture you're seeing there is not an exaggeration. That's how many trucks that we have every single year that have to haul the biosolids. So the idea of the sustainability is that we can have something that we can rely upon. We don't have to be doing a search, and that's currently what we're doing. We're finding people that can receive it, different ways of using it. We're looking at ways of utilizing it in public parks. The current practice of the storage on city property is one we're doing. In particular, we're using one that's in a remote area that the odor that it emits. It's definitely one that does dissipate, but it is right now up in the Harbor Heights Park. We're storing the material up there, and the intent is that when the park develops, that we would use that to bring nutrients into the soil. Our current practice is not sustainable. The sustainability plan that's being proposed is doing in 4 elements. The pilot program is currently going on right now, and that's where we're doing some experiments to try to test. We're working with garden clubs. We're working with some local farms all on the island. We have another option that's the disposal option. That's where you just hire a company and they take the material and will dispose it. Currently, the companies that we've been able to identify, they take it over to Eastern Washington. In-house application is one that we would utilize the material, primarily would be city properties like parks, landscape strips, and, and in a public-private partnerships, we have recycle companies on the island who create a topsoil using this material. So there's a possibility that we could have some level of partnership. So to talk about each one of them, the pilot program is considered a short term because that's where we're going to be looking at different ways in which we can utilize the material and do some testing on it. It does have the advantage when I have measurable in there that we can actually physically see some of the benefits. We had a couple of farms that have been using it and gardeners have been using it, and while I do not have the pictures yet, they do have photographs. They've been keeping records of it by doing comparison, and it shows it is a really good blend to use that really stimulates the growth. We have been working with a local company close to the city here on doing a compost blend. The idea being is that the material, the compost is mixed with, the biosolids is mixed with compost and another material. Right now we're using lime. And the idea is that as this compost decomposes further, it breaks down, the odor goes away, and you get a material that's, and literally is not as hot. This material, this compost, when you leave it out and mix it, it gets very, very warm. And I mean, you could use it as a hand warmer. It's that much heat that comes out. And we're working right now and doing with some volunteers that are testing. And again, this is like the garden clubs. The disposal, I'm sorry, I omitted this. The cost on the pilot programs have been very low cost. On the disposal, a short-term and a long-term, this is a mid to higher. It depends upon what type of disposal you do. We're not taking this to landfill, nor is that being proposed, but this would be working with some type of biosolid handler who would take this material and they would most likely transport it and sell it to an end user. And again, right now, all I have found so far on the bio companies, the long haulers, they're taking it mostly over to Eastern Washington. It is a lost opportunity for the city because the material does have a value to it. I don't know that it's one that's a high profit value, but it definitely has a market value to it. The in-house application, the third one on here, this is a long-term, this is definitely sustainable. We definitely have to do some work on it. The enhancement returns that we could see in this is parks that are greener. They would require less watering. We wouldn't have to use other materials. There's cost savings in using this, where right now we purchase fertilizers that have already been manufactured. So we're paying for the material they use, and we're also paying for the process and handling on it. We eliminate some of that by using our own material. And the mowing is something, though, that we are anticipating from what we're seeing from people that are using it in the pilot program. It most likely is going to increase the lawn growth. And so we will see higher green grass, but there definitely will be an increased cost in the maintenance of that or removal of it. On a public-private partnership, this is from a low to a low high. This does have several advantages and could actually part of the plan that I talked about before where we can utilize it on public facilities. The short term is right now is we are finding that some of the vendors are interested in receiving this material. They may take it at no cost, and we may be able to get a partnership that they would even come to pick up the material, so they would take care of the hauling. So there's some mutual benefits on it. There could be the potential where the cost sharing benefits where we could get fertilizing material. We wouldn't have to necessarily do any of the handling and mixing of the material to get the compost mix, but we could get it at a reduced rate, which would be basically what we do in the compost we buy now. We pay the top price, the retail price. We might be able to get it at a significantly lower price. And any of the risks that are associated could be shared on that. And a risk is that the material with the smell in handling it, they could take that, so we don't have to have employees exposed to it. Also, too, we're using a lime material in there. They would handle that, or if there's any other type of added chemical into that, they also, the private partnership, they would handle that. So in conclusion on that, the city does need a long-range plan for biosolids, and sustainability is the key to this, so that we're not going through a process of each month going, where are we going to take it next? I've only been here now a little over 2 months, and just about 2 months, and had probably 3 or 4 times that we've had discussions of where are we going to take this in the long term. Part of this, we'll be doing analysis of alternatives, and again, the alternatives are looking at what can we utilize this for, what are the benefits here. We are going to develop a cost-effective program, so part of sustainability is we want to keep the cost as low as possible. I'd love to tell the council that this is going to be a program that you're going to see a positive flow of cash coming in from it. As it stands right now, that doesn't look likely. And the reason why is the material primarily, as it comes out raw, has to have some type of handling, some type of composition made with a compost. So it's not a free material. But what we're hoping to see on this one is that if we get support on this, is that we are going to have a product that is going to be able to help the city reduce its costs. We do have other agencies. The school districts have shown an interest in having this material used on their grounds as well. I would see them, they would get the same cost type of benefits that we would see as well. And it has a good outreach because this is something too that could be utilized after materials treated. That could be a benefit that could be shared with the community, whether it be at a shared cost or maybe an event where this material would be shared as well with the community. So the recommendation is the council acknowledge support for this development of a biosolid plan and with all the proposed elements. And those are the 4 elements that I brought up at the front. And if the council does acknowledge support for this, the next step would be is we will develop the sustainability plan, bring it back to the council so they can actually see the plan and all the elements involved in it. At that time, we hope that we'll have more information so we can give you a little more certainty rather than saying high or low cost. We can maybe even give you some numbers. And with that, I'll answer any questions.
Thank you, Mick. Before I turn it to council, I just want to give you my thought is I'm not going to probably be interested in using this as a hand warmer. But anyway, let's go to council now.
Mayor, Councilmember Servadius has his hand raised.
Councilor Servadius.
Thank you. Mr. Monken, one of the things you said, well, first of all, I wholeheartedly support coming up with a sustainability plan. But you mentioned using lime several times. Tell me, how exactly are we using lime right now?
Well, the lime is a very small portion of the mix, but the lime is mixed in. Lime is typically used in any type of yard materials. What it does is it helps balance the mixed material. So when you put it on the soil, it gives you a good balance with the acidity. We did try to do it in-house. It didn't work very well having an in-house mix on that. So we are now using an outsource to do the mixing for us on that. But again, it helps the acid and the soil base when it mixes with the soil to make sure you get a nice alkaline balance with your soils.
Okay, thank you. And I guess just for anyone who might be watching this and for a little historical perspective, you know, when the council looked at adding that dryer to the clean water facility, the other option was taking approximately a truckload a day of sludge, essentially treated with lime, to Eastern Washington. And so by putting the dryer in, we took that down to approximately a truck a week, which I'm assuming, Mr. Monken, you showed 52 little trucks up there, if those are 10-yard trucks?
That's correct.
And that's how we get to 520. So I've actually, I don't know if I should say the pleasure of spreading this product, but I have, when I helped with the Gary Oak planting we did several weekends ago, we used it out there, put it around the trees, and I actually took a bucket home. My retriever loves it. It's hard to keep him out of the flower beds because the smell, it sticks around for, I don't know, probably 4 or 5 days, and you know, he picked up on that very quickly. So but I think it's something, yeah, let's go. We need to do the right thing here. We put that dryer in for a reason. Let's make a plan that we can use this locally. It educates the public where appropriate. Let's use it as a municipality in parks or in any place that it's appropriate. And let's make sure the public is educated. I was interested, I knew it was Class A, but the Class A EQ was a new designation that I was not aware of. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Councilor Servadius. Councilor Wiesner.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for that information, Mick. And you know, one of these days, you and I have to get together. We haven't done that yet, so
that's true.
Anyhow, yeah, you know, it's unfortunate, of course, that we have a little bit of an odoriferous issue. I'm sure Councilmember Servadius' tree loved the fertilizer, but the neighbors probably not so much. And so I'm certainly concerned. You know, obviously the dryer system we know is not working right. We don't know if that's the cause of this odor, but it is odoriferous. And you know, I would love to see us use that down in the park. You know, we have a problem down there, as you know, a little bit of a lack of topsoil, and that could certainly assist. But I'm also afraid about spreading that down there and having, you know, the non-ability to use our park for 4 or 5 days while we're dealing with the odor dissipation. So in my mind, I think that private-public partnership, you know, where we could possibly be the supplier of the raw materials to a vendor, and then in exchange, not only get some money out of the raw materials, you know, get a discount for the purchase of the product back that would then be properly mixed, not so odoriferous, that we could then use in the park to get us those nice lush green lawns that the public deserve during the summer. So that's my 2 cents. I really do appreciate the efforts on this. I know it's a problem we didn't expect, and problem kind of being dropped in your lap to deal with. But obviously, we've got to come up with a long-term solution that's going to be sustainable. It's certainly great that we've reduced it down to what we've reduced it to, and now if we can make what we've reduced it to a usable commodity, that's where we need to be. Appreciate the efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Wiesner. Anyone else on council?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Munns has her hand raised.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I know this isn't an action item. Mr. Monk wanted a head nod or acknowledgement, and just sitting here, I think he's got the head nods to please proceed. We're very much interested in solving this problem and doing something with it. Thank you.
Yes, head nod from Wassinger.
Thank you both. Thank you very much. Great. Sounds like you've got pretty much head nods.
Great. Well, thank you very much. I do want to give the council a heads up. One of the things we are going to do, and Don being on the screen right now, Don's leading an effort of one of the pilot programs. We are going to try it on the lawn. Right now, we're doing it in the wintertime, but we're going to try it on the lawn at the Public Works shop yard. This is a compost that's being mixed right now. And Don's been leading the effort on that. And when we do have that put down, we can send an invitation out to the council, and you can come out here and see this. This is material that they refer to it as cooking, but it's cooking right now. So we put it down. We're anticipating that the odor should be relatively low. So it'll give you an opportunity to see what it would be like, because we would like to use this in the park, because the big advantage in this too is not just material cost, it could be significant in water cost.
Great, good, okay. The lawn at Public Works. Didn't even know they had a lawn out there. Well, good.
Yeah, it's a little one, but we've got one.
Great, okay, unless there's more council input or questions, let's go to the tree trimming policy, item B.
All right. Should be up in just a moment here.
So I'm impressed. You're doing all this yourself, Nick?
I am, but obviously,
goodness,
something happened here.
Well, we can see you.
Yeah, okay, well, I'm back. All right, so
Okay.
let me try it again.
You're brave.
Yeah, well, I may not be doing so well.
Have to have something to do it.
We get the other. There we go. Are you seeing it?
No.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay. Well, I'm seeing it just great. I'm not sure what happened to, there we go. It moved to the other screen. Okay, here we go.
There you go. You got it.
All right. So my first meeting here, the council had talked about doing some tree trimming on it. I had mentioned that I wanted to do some research on this to make sure that we were consistent with any policies we had, and also to take a look at these trees to make sure that we were following any policies or land use issues on this. So in the effort to, excuse me, to reduce time on here, in September, the council did concur that this could be brought back to the council to 27th October with the findings of that. This is as show the council on what we did find. The tree cluster is on public property. It's on a designated city open space. And there was concern about it being on private property or possibly in the right of way. It is not. So there are two issues here. One is the tree trimming itself, the request for that. The second one is tree protection code. And so I'm going to cover them by the issues themselves. So the finding on the tree trimming, the trees, as I've mentioned, they're located on open space, which the city acquired in 2005. And the open space has an attached Department of Ecology order. And it's basically, the order is a condition that that property, when the city had acquired, it was to be used for wetland mitigation, and it also has an element so that it could be used for stormwater quality runoff, surface water runoff. So in 2015, the city did a voluntary, the city voluntarily imposed a restriction covenants, and that covenants basically had the city do an acknowledgement of conditions that were actually put on the property from the Department of Ecology. And in that, it does have a section in there that says it is prohibited that any tree can be trimmed, with the exception if it's dead. On that, we also found on that property, the size of the wetlands there, under the city code, the municipal code, there is a buffer area around this wetland, and the trimming of trees are also prohibited from being, trimming of trees is prohibited within that wetland buffer. And the only thing that's different on that one, it does say you can remove a tree if it is dead and hazardous. So the conclusion is that any action to trim these trees would be a violation from the Department of Ecology order, and also our restricted covenants in the city's municipal code. The second part is on the tree protection, and on that, the city does have a tree protection code, but it's only for the Gary oak tree when it designates public trees. The city does have a tree protection code as it applies to development, but again, there is no protection for any other trees. So I'm proposing to the council for consideration, there are a significant amount of trees throughout the community. And I gotta say, personally, I find the city has an incredible amount of what people classify as specimen trees. So they're not your alder trees. They're a mixture of elms and oaks. You've got conifer trees, the variety. And the city is designated as Tree City USA. Typically, to get that designation, you have to have a tree protection ordinance. And again, the city does have one for the Gary oak, but it does not protect the what is referred to as the urban forest. So on that one, on the conclusion on it, is the city protection ordinance would provide a code to establish the guidelines on how to manage and protect the trees within the city. This would give the ability for the council to look at the urban forest as it stands today and acknowledge if they want to make some type of protection to that. That doesn't mean it has to be a prohibition from people cutting down trees. It could be a protection for public trees, but it can also be that if you do have some historic trees other than the Gary oaks, if you wish to protect them, this would give you that ability to do that. So the recommendation being provided is the citizen tree requests be denied based on this restricted covenant and the municipal code. And the municipal code is the wetlands. And then we're seeking direction tonight on whether the council would like to proceed with staff developing a tree protection ordinance, and that would be presented to the council in the future for a decision so you could see at what level you'd want to have that. And that concludes my presentation on this.
Thank you, Mr. Monken. Any input or questions?
Mayor, Councilmember Servadius has his hand raised.
Hey, Councilor Servadius.
Thank you. Mr. Monken, can you back up probably 4 slides? One or two more. So our restrictive covenant was, here we go, was a voluntary one. So looking at these, a little more perspective on this, since I walked down and over and looked at the tree when my neighbor asked me about it. Did we identify, is it an alder?
Those are alder trees, yes.
And so I guess this is probably where the human element comes into play as far as trying to decide if this is, something that can be done. We had at the bottom of the street that I live on a developer or a person building a house, and they basically came in and they topped all of the alders at probably, 8 to 12 feet, maybe some of them as high as 15 feet, and just limbed them and topped them. They were just sticks. It looked like a war zone. And of course, the neighborhood was all up in arms and thought those trees won't live. And within 2 years, if I was to take a picture of those trees, they've probably doubled in height. And so I'm kind of curious, realizing it's not an elm, it's not an oak, it's not a maple or something. Is there, if the restrictive covenant is voluntary, and if you had an elevation, I understand that it probably falls within the scope of a wetland. The wetland that's there, City Heights running along through that area is more on a high bank waterfront, so the wetland sits down on the bottom. Is there any human element that could come in here and say, hey, this probably you know, we can make a variance or make an exception here, especially if it's an alder that's not being removed. If it was just trimmed, and in all likelihood, probably in 5 to 10 years will be, you know, the same height or more. I understand there's codes and we make those codes, but at the same time, there's a basic common sense element, I guess is what I'm implying, with the human element to look at it and say, hey, it's an alder. If they want to take on the cost and any possible liability of that, well, we can make an exception or a variance here. Thoughts?
Well, first off, the voluntary, it's not a voluntary restriction. The city voluntarily imposed it. And from what I can get from the documentation we have, is the city actually agreed when they acquired the property in 2005 to get the mitigation from the Department of Ecology. They had agreed that they would hold to the restrictions that the DOE applied. However, the city did not sign any agreement. It was just an agreement that was attached to the property. So in 2015, the city, and I don't know, I can't find any history on it, but the DOE did not require the city to execute restricted covenants. The city voluntarily said, we're going to go ahead and impose this. So they actually made a formal action that now they have a restricted covenants the city actually signed, where before it was just attached to the open space land. So I understand what you're coming from. I would say, and I don't know that this is possible, but if you're talking just the restricted covenants, the DOE could be asked to come out here, but it's pretty clear that it says you're not to trim, you're not to cut, you're not supposed to do anything. Basically, the word they use is disturb. You're not supposed to do anything to disturb any vegetation on that property. So like I said, I fully understand where you're coming from on that one. The wetland one, it says you can't just do any disturbance. They just said no disturbance, except if they are dead or hazardous. So if they grew into the power lines, the utility company could come in and trim them out of the power lines. But in my past experience, when you have that, well, that would have to be a city call on the wetland buffer area. But in my experience, generally, you have to trim it back only as far as you can go, because what you were talking about in alders are pretty stout trees. They're usually short life trees. When you cut them, like many trees, they actually come back in a much heavier growth. You cut one branch, they'll grow back 3. And that's what I would anticipate. But I don't see in the covenants on this, or in the restricted covenants, that it could be left up interpretation on that. But it could be something could be asked to the Department of Ecology, and then we'd have to look at the wetland buffer and make an interpretation if there is any exceptions to that.
Okay, and thank you for the clarification on the restrictive covenant, how we entered into that.
Okay. Were you done, Councilor Servadius?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Councilor Wiesner.
Thank you, Mayor. Mick, I'm going to go with a little kind of different tangent here. Don't we have a process in place for any time somebody wants to do work in the public right-of-way? Isn't there a public right-of-way permit if you want to do work within the public right-of-way?
Yes, we do have a right-of-way permit that anybody who requests to do work in there, we have a process to do a review on it. And then,
so, and that would include if somebody wants to trim a tree that's in the public right of way, that would fall under that process.
We don't have any code that protects it. I don't have enough depth of experience to run into that. In the other agencies I've worked for, generally speaking, unless a tree is, like for example, if a tree is growing into somebody's property, they can make a request to trim a tree in the right of way. And then we would require them to do an arborist. Now, this is from other agencies. I've not encountered it here. I need to do more research if we could, but I would say it would be within the possibilities.
Well, and here's, I guess, I'm going to kind of digress a little bit. the issue I have with, coming up with a tree protection ordinance, and I love trees, don't get me wrong. There's so many ordinances out there already protecting them. Wetland buffers, shoreline, bluff setbacks. There's a ton of ordinances out there protecting trees on private property. And obviously the stuff on public property, my understanding, and it's the way the county works, certainly I've applied to cut down trees in the county right of way before, and it's a pretty simple process. I make an application for work in the county right of way, and I submit that application, and it goes through the process, and I just kind of assume that the city would view it the same way. Any work that takes place in the city right of way, there would be a right of way work permit. And I guess what I'm getting to is I just don't understand this. It seems like this process is upside down. I, as a city council member, do not want to be making decisions on every tree in the city as to whether it can be cut or not. I quite frankly think as a city council, we have a lot more important decisions out there, and possibly making a tree protection ordinance may be it, but if every time somebody wants to cut a tree that's on city property in the city of Oak Harbor, if it has to come through the city council, and then the city council has to order staff to spend an exuberant amount of time on investigating it, and then it has to come back to city council for us to discuss and make a recommendation back to staff what to do. Wow. We're going to have a tough time getting the work of the people done, right? In a normal process, my understanding would be an application for work in the right of way. It's a type 1 or type 2 decision. If the decision is denied, that's appealable, moving forward through a type 1 or type 2 decision process. So I appreciate all your hard work, I guess is what I'm saying, Mick. There's been a ton of staff time put into this, and I appreciate the holy living heck out of it. But I just don't know why we're having this discussion. And if there's not a process to do work in a public right of way or a permit process that doesn't involve the council at the beginning, then maybe that's what we need to be discussing, is that permit process. And so that way, staff has clear guidelines, staff can do their job, make their decisions, and obviously the public always has the opportunity to to appeal those decisions through that appeal process. So I guess that's my comments there. I'm going to support the decision of staff on this, and I'm hoping that I don't have to sit through too many more meetings where we're discussing individual requests to trim trees. Thank you.
Councilmember, Mr. Mayor, may I respond to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay. So the ordinance would not make it that it would be brought to the council each time. What it would do is it would establish policy. So the council at one time would pass an ordinance that says this is policy. So if somebody does come in and makes a request, staff has a guidance. I'll give you for example, if a citizen comes in, now this may sound silly, but I have been here. A citizen comes in and says, I have a view corridor, there's a tree on the right of way I want to trim. We have a policy that says view corridors is not an exception, or it is allowed in these type of trees or this type of case. I had a situation in the city of Kirkland where we allowed people to request cutting trees down in the right of way. And what ended up happening is we had a condominium that was built, and they asked to have the parks and the trees in the park trimmed down. And they got an attorney that said, well, it's a public tree. A public tree is a public tree is a public tree. And we ended up going into a pretty large litigation to protect our park trees. And the council says, well, this is ridiculous. But the idea is that we had no policy. We adopted one in an emergency. That's how we protected the trees. So this would preempt that. So the council could set guidance saying no park tree can be trimmed for any reason other than safety or aesthetics or damage. So it would give the council the ability to set where they want to be, but you could also have an exception in there saying, if you want to do view corridors, the view corridors for public trees would be considered on a case-by-case basis if they met this criteria. So that's the advantage if you do have the ordinance. So it wouldn't be that you'd be seeing everybody who asked for a tree to be trimmed.
Yeah, and I appreciate that maybe misunderstood what I was saying. You know,
Okay.
I get that an ordinance would help us there. What I'm saying is, you know, the process that we've got right now, that's not the process that should be happening. And I would think our right-of-way ordinances at least would have been the process that should have been followed here. Again, you know, I don't think that the city council should be directing staff to do investigation for something that there's a permit process in place. And again, I get that there is no ordinance on protection of trees or any guidance for you. But, you know, what we're talking about is what I saw to be a simple request for work in the right-of-way. They're requesting to trim a tree in the right-of-way. And gosh, there should be a process other than this, even without a tree protection ordinance. Certainly if a tree protection ordinance is going to help staff, you know, with the guidelines for when those requests come in so that there's a proper path for that, then I'm all for it. But again, I'm just concerned that we're just going to, you know, put regulation on top of regulation on top of regulation. So, you know, we can address that during that discussion. But again, the point I was just making is I just don't, we got to do something different than the way we did. It seems like this thing is all front loaded and it's coming from the top down, and it really, you know, is staff who should have brought this from the bottom up if that's what it needed. And if staff felt as though they didn't need us involved in this, then we probably shouldn't need to have got involved in it. That was just my 2 cents. Thank you.
Hey, Mayor, this is Don Crawford. May I make a quick comment?
Yeah, if it's quick.
It's quick, sir. So I've been here a little longer than 5 months. We've had at least 6 different occasions where I've been called out for tree trimming, people requesting to trim trees. And in some cases, they've been in parks. Some cases, it's been the tree is half in the park, half on the property. In other cases, it's been on their private property, but most of the trees leaning over the park. And so any kind of assistance and direction that I could receive from the city would help me to more quickly make those decisions, because I'm not, you know, I'm a tree guy, so I'm going to be always looking to not trim trees or take trees down. And so any kind of guidance that the council could give us so that we can, in a more efficient manner, make decisions that we, you know, that are documentable and based on city codes would be really helpful. That was all I had to say.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Parks Department. Thank you, Councilor Wiesner.
Mayor, Councilmember Servadius has his hand raised.
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, Mayor, Councilmember Servadius has his hand raised.
Oh, yes, Councilor Servadius.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to keep things moving along, so as is our job to interact with the public and legislate, that's how this whole thing started. We all received an email from the public asking what the process is. No one knew of a process, so that's why we asked staff to investigate the process. So here we are, clearly in need of some direction for staff. I appreciate Mr. Crawford weighing in. The general consensus here in council chambers with head nods, Mr. Monken, is yes, we do need, if you could fast forward there a slide or two, I think you called it, I don't know, it was a tree trimming policy or what you actually asked for. We could make that, or I'm happy to make that in a formal motion regarding the development of a tree. I know the word protection probably scares people that they could never trim their trees again, but, or if you just want a gentle head nod, but the consensus here is yes, that would make sense. It will eventually, sometimes we do have to go through these more lengthy processes to have a streamlined process in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Servadius. So sounds like we got a head nod. Council chambers, probably everybody to move ahead on that. So
Yes, head nod from Erica.
okay, great, perfect. I think we've got a quorum now. We'll go on to item C. Discussion of 3rd and Glencoe Park entrance. Interim Public Works Director, Mick Monken. Again, Mick.
Good evening. I'm just trying to keep up with Dave. I gotta meet him one-on-one on this.
You're doing great so far. You know, brand new in here and you're running your own equipment. I'm impressed.
Dang it, I just had it there. Okay, let's try this one again. There we go.
Well, we're still looking at you.
You're still looking at me. Okay. Okay. I'm almost there.
Almost there, okay. I know you are.
All right, we believe in.
Okay, there we go. All right. So, Council, to give you a little background, this is the one that I had sent out the emails on. This was originated by really two actions. It was an investigation to consider, this is an overview, consider the closure of 3rd Avenue to vehicles. And this is an undeveloped right-of-way, and the basis behind it was over safety. And I do want to let the council know this item is still in the public comment phase, so I will not be making a recommendation. It closes tomorrow. And we have been receiving comments. I do not want to present those tonight because I don't want to have anything that will affect the public comments on anybody's decision on this that may be watching. On the background on this is there actually has been several complaints about this undeveloped right-of-way, and the items I've got listed here. Most recently, when I got here, there was a resident that had registered a complaint. It lives very close to this undeveloped right-of-way. And on vehicle play, it's an area that there's about a 16 to 18 foot wide section of gravel and a 60-foot right-of-way. And people go there, mostly younger people with their cars, and they do playing around with their cars, spinning their tires, doing a short burst. Some of the residents there refer to it as racing, but it's only 150 feet long, so you can't get going too fast. It is an area that the police had been dealing with people gathering there. It's an area of meetups, so they'll come there at night. It's a dark area, and they'll just hang out there and sit on their cars. Some of the residents have gone out there asking the people to leave, and some of them have their house vandalized. Some of them have been threatened. And then the other is there's some blocks out there that people are hanging out over in the dark area, but they hang out there at night. And the police initially did the review, and then I was brought in because it's a public works issue because it's a right-of-way. So the problem identified is a safety issue, and this staff had done an engineering analysis. The engineering analysis is to look, is it a justifiable action to look at this as a safety issue? And from that, a concept layout was prepared, and this would address the safety issue, and I'll be going through that in just a moment. The idea of the concept layout, it's not a proposed final solution, but it is something that would address it. It's relatively low cost, and from that, it would have been something after we get the public comments that will be brought to the council. So on the public outreach, this went out started in late September that the outreach started. And so the direct contact, a couple of residents who had contacted, lived in that area, but had contacted the city, they received direct contact back that we were going to look through it. There was a public process. Everything has been that it needs to go through a public process. In doing that outreach, did find out from some people that are involved with the Little League. They said that this definitely will be a concern with some of the people that currently park there. So there was a direct contact made with two of the president and vice president. The recreation center, they were given direct contact as well and informed if anybody from the public comes there because they're right next to this, to the park. And so they were made aware of it. We had a website prepared of the proposed possible closure of the road. A questionnaire had been prepared, and there's a site posting on it which gives an address, and also you can take your smartphone and link it up there, and it'll give you a direct connection into that website. People are responding to it. I can't tell you the exact number, but I would say right now we're probably in the neighborhood of 20 plus responses on that. We are aware that there is parking on the unimproved right-of-way, and kind of interesting on this, I've had a few people call me up on it. Most of them have been pretty straightforward and civil about it. What's interesting on this, they said that the parking is really important to them. They said the parking is actually kind of scary because people really cram in there. They fight to get in, fight to get out. And then there's a problem with, and this came from the people that use it for parking. They said there's a problem with pedestrians, that when they're trying to get in, they're trying to get out, they have to kind of maneuver around the pedestrians. This is what brought the safety issue up, that when these events take place, the same people parking there are the people that are also the pedestrians are going there because there's a sports event. During the dark hours, on the right-of-way, it does draw undesirable activities, including vehicles parking there. They're just parking there, but they're staying in their vehicles on that. It is unlit and very dark. I can report to the council, I have gotten a confirmation. We are putting a light in there. It has been signed and it's executed, so there will be a street light, so the darkness issue should be going away. The skate park is getting a camera put in that area, so that should also help with some of the undesirable activities. The undeveloped right-of-way is not suitable for vehicle usage, and the reason for that is it's a small gravel area, but on both sides, it's a grass area. There's nothing that stops vehicles from hitting the fence when they're parking in there. When people park in there, they don't park parallel, they park head in or they back in. So that's where it's not suitable for vehicle usage. So again, they're parking on the lawn, and they're parking in drainage swales. They are very shallow ones, so it doesn't seem to have a long-term effect on drainage. So what you're looking at here, very crude, but this is roughly from the descriptions I've gotten from people that use it. They said this is how they park in there. So what you're looking at there is roughly 20 parkings. The 4 that you see X's, if this were to be a designated parking area, again, not any connection for pedestrians. And where the pedestrians are coming, where if you can see my arrow moving here on the right side of the screen, that is a pedestrian path to the park. And they come down, and when these cars are parked here, they have no other area to walk except between the cars as they're pulling out, because that's where the pedestrians are leaving. The X'd out ones are, if this was a designated parking by design, these areas would be prohibited so that you could have vehicles at least make safe maneuvers back up, back in. And also too, the ones that are closer to the road, which are on the left side, the people, the residents live on both sides, people park this close, it does restrict their visibility and maneuverability of getting in and out. But again, it has the potential of getting about 20 parking places, which does fit with what the people from the Little League have told me. They said, oh yeah, it's crazy parking there, but they want to keep that. So aware of the loss of this usage, I apologize. I had expected to bring this to the next council meeting, so I wasn't able to get everything prepared in time, but staff has been performing an initial parking study in that area to look at what are the needs for the study, and basis on some standard practices that are used out there when you do a sports field. So this is what a pedestrian travel time is. There is a number that's used. It's typically 5 minutes. That means that people, if they're walking at a comfortable speed, that they shouldn't have to travel more than 5 minutes. And the parking needs and availability, I've done a study on that. We looked at parking that's within that area and potential of new parking spaces. So this is where the 4 minutes, I used a more conservative saying, well, let's make it 4 minutes, not 5 minutes. So I wanted to take a conservative approach on this. The furthest parking came in under 1,000 feet. Typically, they say 1,200 feet. Again, I wanted to take a conservative approach on that. And it's interesting, when I looked at the Little League on site, I found that their pedestrian speed was 3 miles an hour. I looked at the federal, and they said that you've got to figure a total crossbreed. They don't do sports fields necessarily, but they said for recreation, you should figure a 2.7 as a conservative speed of what people would be walking. So the findings of this is on existing parking, went out there and counted all the parking places out there. Now, I did just find out today that this, on the first one of the 88, that does include roughly 32, maybe 36 parking spots that the senior citizens use. I don't know about sports events, if that's an issue, but there are some other parking places that have also come up that people told me, no, there's more out there. Again, this is the preliminary information I had. To get down to the bottom line, the school does have some parking places down in the area. There's parking on the east side, which is not in a residential area. It's mostly school and city, the park. There is on the west side, what I refer to as the west adjacent. This is GLENCOE. This is the one where I know some of the residents, they don't like the parking on the street as it is now. But the total space is available, and again, there's actually more than this, is 310 available spaces. So looking at the parking needs, this is a very rudimentary for all the ball fields. I took a conservative approach, again, using sports field design online. The standards is 20 spaces. I had checked actually internally, and we use 20 up to 25 spaces a ball field. I took a conservative approach and I added 50% additional in. And I did this deliberately, assuming that there could be other activities going on. On the swimming pool, I put in that facility with 50 people. It's estimated that being closer to about 20 to 25, again, taking a conservative. Early and late arrivals, this is when the people that are using the field, you're always going to have somebody who's going to be sticking around after they finish use of the field. You're going to have people that are going to arrive early because they want to get that prime spot. So the people that are using the field when they leave, they have to contend with these people using some of those parking places. And then the 26%, I use residential parking, assuming that 20% of all the street parking available is used by the residents at the time an event's taking place. I've driven out there and it looks roughly to be 15 to 20%. So I think it's a good estimate. So using, again, a conservative and all the numbers, the need for parking, I put it high. The number of spaces, I put it lower. It shows about 21% of spaces are still available. And this does not count the parking on the right-of-way. So looking at the potential on there, I kind of showed you a graphic on that. I'm not going to spend much time on that, but basically, if you allow it to be used for parking as is currently being used, there is no pedestrian facilities. Pedestrians have to basically deal with the traffic as it's moving in and moving out to those spots, because there's not, they generally don't come for just one game. Somebody comes in for a game, and when that's over, they leave, and somebody comes in and takes that spot. So there is that conflict. This proposal, this is the one that's out on the sign outside. This is the one that's been sent out there. This layout has a couple of options to it. I'm not promoting the parking. I'm not saying not to do it. I'm just saying that there is a safety issue that does need to be addressed. And again, this is not a designated parking area. It is a public right-of-way. I do understand it's been used this way for, some people say, 20 years plus. I haven't looked at any other alternative. Again, I was kind of pressed for time to get this to you. I will be looking further at this. and hope that once we get the public comments, I can bring those to the council and come up with a proposal. But in doing a quick one here, Don Crawford and I had looked, there is the potential, if you remove that right of way, there's a potential that we could have additional parking. We've got space available, we've got access available that could be put into Volunteer Park. So you could do a swap and it could be brought in. It's possible, this is something that I would need to work with, and I don't have this answer right now, but I could work with the planning department to see if we could put in what they call soft parking. That means it's event parking. It is not something you would leave open to the public in general, except when you have high capacity usage of the facility. So this could be something where you'd have, it could be possibly lawns. Again, I have to go through the process with the planning department to see if this could be permitted, and it would be something brought back. So I do want to say that there could be some other potential to this. And the conclusion is, this is where the street is right now. It is the only west access to Volunteer Park. So any pedestrian interested in the west have to go down this right of way. There is a pedestrian safety consideration. Right now, they don't have an access. If the council does want to have parking to remain on that unimproved right of way, we need to talk about how that's going to be treated, and is pedestrian consideration going to be taken in? And if it is, it means reduced parking if that's going to continue to be allowed. It does control undesirable activities, what I had shown you on that one that shows the bollards in there. That is a low-cost fix. The undeveloped right-of-way used for parking lot, it is in a residential area. This action is going to, we either just leave it as it is, or we address the pedestrian movement. But if we do leave it as it is, we are allowing parking. Basically, this is not street parking because they're using it as a parking lot. So it needs to be considered that this is a neighborhood area, and the residents in that area said, you know, we don't like the street parking, but the residents are close to it, don't like it being used as a parking lot. So the possible alternatives, I think there may be some other ones. The one I showed you is the only one I have right now. And so the recommendation, there is none because we are still under the public comment period. Once it closes tomorrow, we'll do an assembly of it. We'll come up with some type of summary of common grounds. I am fully anticipating to see people coming back with, we use this for parking, we don't like it. And I think the people that live in the neighborhood, I'm anticipating they're going to come in there saying, well, we don't like them parking on the frontage. And the third one I think we're going to see is some are going to say, we don't want this to be parking at all. So I can't discuss it because I don't have a summary on it. Again, there's no recommendation at this time.
Thanks for the update, Mick.
Okay.
Councilor Wiesner.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to try, honestly, going to try to keep this as short as can be, but again, I'm going to compliment staff on packing a lot of important stuff into one meeting.
Thank you.
I'm just going to read really quickly from the complaint that was registered on September 17th. And again, you're right, Mick, the parking lot's been there for 20 years, right? And on September 17th of 2021, we received a complaint. I'm not going to read all of it, but it says, it basically talks about finding trash littered around the street, bottles of vodka, Fireball, vape pens, and more. City garbage drivers empty the can, but nothing ever makes it into the can. I called the local police department a few times due to kids hanging out in the dark. PD responded, showed presence, notified me that they could be there till 10 p.m. when the park closes. The air is pitch black. Why would it make sense to keep it open past dusk? City provides fencing that separates the park from the neighborhood. The fencing is old, outdated, right next to the dead-end streets, been graffitied. After talking to several of my neighbors, they had the same complaints. He installed a spotlight and security camera at the front of my house to try and deter foot traffic. Then lastly, he talks about the parking issue, right? I mean, so I just want to make sure that we understand, number one, the complaint. It's not just about this parking issue. He's got several complaints, right, about it. And obviously we focused in on the parking issue. And And staff, I do not want this to come across wrong, but I just want to understand. On the 17th of September, we get our first complaint. By the 30th of September, we have an engineer's opinion upon what needs to be done. 7 days later, we have a website up. We have public comment out. Wow, great job. But is there something going? I mean, that's quick, right? I mean, we've got stuff in the city that we've spent years that are safety concerned that we haven't, that we're still working on. We don't have the staff to send everybody out immediately. So I guess I'm just curious, how did we get from an initial complaint on September 17th to where we are? How did it happen so quick?
I'm glad you asked the question on that. I have to tell you, any person that calls in on a safety, anybody who calls in on a safety gets immediate attention. And on this one in particular, when I had gotten the contact from the police department, the police had informed me this has been an ongoing problem. I found out that a neighbor across the street had received some threats, and in following up on that, I found out that several residents there had gotten threats, and in all of them, they mentioned the parking. But again, on any of the safety, and I'm going to change to a different project for just a second. When we did the crosswalk on Bixma, I hadn't even started working here yet. I was here getting myself settled in on Sunday before I started working, and I saw elderly people running across the street where that sidewalk was. That got immediate attention. We got that in, that got started within a week. We got that in within 3 weeks. So this is getting the same attention. So I have a couple others that I've worked on as well that we've been able to address, but they have gotten attention within days. But they haven't been brought to the level of this one where looking at it, it's like, okay, one thing that I have done in my entire career, I've been a risk manager, and risk exposure to the city, I am very quick at dealing with that, and this fits into that category.
Well, and I guess I'm going to question, isn't the safety issue the darkness? I mean, I realize we have unpedestrian supported parking there, but then shouldn't we be talking about the non-pedestrian supported parking on the other end of the ball field? It's got the same problem. There's parking right behind families' homes. There's no sidewalks. It's a free-for-all. When you're pulling in and out of there, people are, almost running over people. The only difference is there's lighting on that end, right? So people don't tend to park there at night. People don't tend to do things with the lights right on top of them. So I guess I don't understand how the parking's a safety issue so much as to maybe the fact that we have a totally unregulated access there with no lighting, no nothing.
No, I can answer that. Are you referring to this parking spot that I'm showing right now on the screen?
Yes, I'm referring to that parking spot right there.
Oh, okay. There is definitely a difference between the two. The reason the safety, when it was just the lighting out there, that wasn't an issue at all. I was able to get that addressed really quick of getting a light set up. And matter of fact, on my report, when you look at this, it doesn't even bring up the lighting on it because that's a safety issue we could address quickly. The idea that where this whole thing came in is when I went out there to look at it, to get the information for the lighting on it, I saw a number of kids. It was good weather. It was during the summer, but I saw a number of kids walking up and down the street here, and I did happen to see a couple of cars come zipping in, and the kids yell at the drivers. And then looking at this was the only access. So when this area, when I found out that there's all this parking, and the people who park there informed me, yeah, how terrible it is because they have to deal with pedestrians. That's what brought the issue up, because the pedestrian has nowhere to go here. If we put in a pedestrian facility, for example, on one side, and you leave this open for parking, the issue could go away. But again, you're creating a parking lot on a, even if it's temporary, on a public right-of-way, and that's a council decision. The parking lot on the east side of the park is totally different because it's gravel. You can have people collecting there, but you have an area that a pedestrian can walk. When the cars are leaving, the pedestrian can walk around the outside. They're not fenced in on both sides. Because on this one here, on 3rd Avenue, there's a fence on both sides. It's 60 feet wide. A car takes 20 feet of depth. And so that means you've got cars parked on both sides, and they need roughly a 20-foot alley for them. If you look at a parking lot, they're usually 60 feet wide for cars parked on both sides. It means the pedestrians have to walk down the center because there's no other area for them to go. And that's also where the cars are driving. And when people are leaving the game or getting there, they seem to rush because they want the spot, and they drive out because they want to get out of there so they don't have to contend with the traffic. So that's the difference between the two of them.
Okay, well, I certainly appreciate that, and again, in the interest of time, I'm going to end this up, but I guess I'm going to say, you know, I'm not looking for an accident to happen. That would be horrendous, but in 20 years, an accident hasn't happened there. I think we've got other portions of our city where we really do have accidents happening and issues happening every day. So I don't want to belittle the work you've done in any way, shape, or form, Mick. I really appreciate it, and I know you're doing it in everybody's best interest. So thank you for that, and thank you for hearing me out and listening to my questions. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Wiesner. Councilor Wassinger has had her hand up.
Oh, yes, thank you. Yeah, I brought this up because, I don't know. You've only been here for a little bit, and my girls grew up on that field right there at 3rd in Glencoe. So I'm very familiar, and I've been a part of Little League for 9-10 years in some way, shape, or form. And I think I know that this is not a new issue with bad things going on in that area. I don't know if we have access to Hank Neidham's email anymore, but I have been blowing him up and the past police chief and the current one for 6, 7, 8, 9 years about all of the bad things that happen in that area. The complaint was mild compared to what I have cleaned up in those dugouts. I'm the one that pushed for them to be locked. I've cleaned up feces, condoms, liquor bottles, drug needles, every nasty, nasty thing that you can imagine. And I have seen really people that are probably up to no good congregate in that area. It's nothing new. Those complaints are not new. And they have nothing to do with what that field is intended for. It's a ball field. And in fact, it's the only regulation ball field in our entire city for that age to play on. People have been parking there for 20 years or more. I'm going to imagine 30. I agree. We need much better lighting along that whole path. Those concrete barriers could probably go. They just get graffitied on and they're ugly. Like, I agree, there are some safety issues that need to be addressed. I've pushed for years to have cameras in that park because of the bad things that happen. But parking is so important for that field. That's a little square parking. I don't know where you find 300 parking spaces in this entire block area. What's going to happen, I'm afraid, is if you block that off from parking, which I understand the safety. I understand it is not a great parking lot. I've parked there for years. We angle in. We don't go completely sideways. Most people angle in when there's a game. And yeah, you have to be really careful. I understand that it's probably not up to a parking code. If there's a way to make it, that's what I would prefer to do, or find alternate parking. Because I'm afraid what's going to happen is that people are going to park out on Glencoe right in front of people's houses, in their right-of-ways right in front of their houses. And it's going to be an equally dangerous situation because kids are going to be getting out on the road on Glencoe and across Glencoe on the other side of 3rd. And the other side, you have people park all along Jerome, and that is a long walk. I think if you want to make your main parking over on the Jerome Way, flip the ball field. Make the dugouts in the infield in the other corner, in the left field corner, so that it's not as far of a walk. The problem is coaches, they've got all their gear, and these kids, parents, they don't want to walk from Jerome all the way down. It's a long walk. The pool parking up on VP3, that fills up. The problem is from the months of April through July, and then if you're fall ball, August, September, October, that parking is it's full. So I would really encourage you to make considerations for when those main months when these are, to find a solution for when all of these fields are in use, because parking is tight. It is tight because there are many days for not only games, but practices every day of the week and Saturday where all of these fields are in use, and the skate park. So it's mostly an issue of parking for when all of those fields are in use. And those are the only softball fields that our city has available for youth softball. We don't have other options. And so I think for me, the main issue is just adequate parking. I don't want to see people parking right in front of these people's houses on Glencoe. And I'm afraid I just know that is what is going to happen if you block off that parking, because yeah, maybe only 15 spots, but that's what you need for that one field down there. When you've got stuff going on in these other fields, the parking's all taken up, you know. Yeah, it's just the parking issue. I get the safety and I get the vandalism. That's nothing new. Do what you can for that, but just think about I would just encourage you to keep on thinking about overflow parking for when all these fields are in use for ball games. Because it's going to be an issue. I promise you. I don't think you've been here during the spring and summer, but it's going to be a problem for you if you cut that off and don't make it somewhere else available. So that's why I brought it up. That's my main concerns. I'm super passionate. I'm super passionate about these ball fields. Like I said, they're really important to a lot of families in Oak Harbor that use them for a lot of months out of the year. So I just want to make sure that we get it right and don't take away something that people are using those fields for what they're meant to be used for, because we're scared of, you know, people that are doing bad stuff. We need to get that taken care of. So I'll get off of it. I know we got a lot to go over, but I'll be curious to see what the thing says, what the public comment, and maybe if we can come up with something before we just rush to do that before the spring season. So that's all I have to say about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I believe the mayor's computer went off. I don't know. Bob, you here? And so, Mayor Pro Tem?
Blaine, I believe Mayor's trying to log in on his iPhone. I just admitted the iPhone to the meeting.
Okay, that's him. Okay, good.
Blaine, I didn't have a question, sorry.
I was gonna throw the floor to you since the mayor wasn't here, but it looks like he's joining us. Bob, are you on? Mayor, you want to go ahead and continue conducting, our Mayor Pro Tem? It looks like the mayor's having trouble logging on.
Yeah, it sounds like he's trying to get on via his phone, so I just let him know that we can't hear him.
Okay. So I think we're done with that. And so Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Munns, you want to go ahead and continue conducting on behalf of the mayor since he's not available?
Sure, with our city clerks. Councilor Servadius has a comment.
Thank you. I'll try and go fast. Several things. Mr. Monken and Mr. Crawford, I'm going to include you in this because you were working together. You know, I'd like to view this a different way, that this is the new norm. This is how we operate as a city, that we jump right on things. And you've heard me joke about the municipal process being slow. I'd like to think that, hey, we get an inquiry and we can have stuff, you know, turned out in 30 to 60 days. I kind of like it. One of the things that, you know, once we look at something like this and we acknowledge it, then we obviously need to make sure it's done right, because, you know, I appreciate Mr. Monken's comments on risk mitigation. Just because nothing's happened in 20 years doesn't mean, you know, now that we've really looked at this publicly, that you don't take care of it. And it might be a solution that one half of that is angle parking, I don't know, and the other half is a sidewalk. But I'll just hit these points really quick. I'm assuming your numbers on here, Mr. Monken, on Jerome Street, you have little white boxes with numbers. That's to accommodate parallel parking on Jerome, correct?
That is, yes.
So for example, next to the red box in the southeast corner, you have 24 spots, and next to that is a 7. So I'm assuming that could accommodate roughly 7 cars if they all parallel parked along Jerome, correct?
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to make sure we're incorporating that in. And I think keep in mind, I appreciate Councilmember Wassinger's comments, and I know she's been very involved with this and the passion with which she speaks and what she's seen. We have Harbor Heights coming. I'd like to say that's in the next, I'm going to be optimistic, 5 to 7 years. So whatever we do here, you know, these fields will still probably get used a lot for practice, but maybe less used for games. I'm a proponent, I did like your proposal of putting it just to the north of that red square. That's kind of unused space there now, and if it was, I think you called it soft parking, that wouldn't take a lot to improve that, but it would give some parking. The other thing it would do, having had kids that went to Oak Harbor Elementary, I know there's very limited space along Jerome for pickup and drop off. They have that pull through, but a lot of parents prefer just to park and walk up and get their kids and walk back. That's what I would often do. And I know that I use that gravel lot many times, and so probably having a little bit of overflow parking there would actually be helpful towards OHE during after school. And last but not least, as far as the lighting, if we could, I know you identified it possibly on that one corner, but possibly on the other corner as well, looking at the graphic that's up on our screen at the E on Southeast 3rd Avenue, so that light is directed right at those dugouts. We'd obviously want to shield it so it's not affecting the neighbors. And I know that we can put shields on lights so that they don't get light into their backyard, but we could really have the light pointed towards those dugouts to help limit some of that undesirable activity. Thank you.
Julie, could you help me out? I see Councilman Heisen has her hand up, but I can't hear Erica or Jim Wiesner.
Correct. Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Wassinger just is logging back in, it appears, and we can check to see if Mayor can hear us now or is on yet. Mayor Severance?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm on my phone, and I think I'm going to get up on the regular computer here in just a minute. So anyway, yes, I can hear now.
Mayor, Councilmember Heisen has her hand raised.
Okay, Councilor Heisen.
Can you hear me? Yes, we can.
I'm on my phone, and I think
Mayor, we're getting an echo on your end if you want to mute your device. Oh, never mind. He's on top of it. Mr. Monken, thank you. I can tell that an astonishing amount of work went into this presentation. I mean, right down to the level of calculating how many minutes it would take someone to walk from any particular parking lot. It's all very helpful and appreciated. And this is something that, now that we've acknowledged it, we really should do something about. I tend to lean towards Councilmember Servatius's suggestion of, you know, maybe putting in on one side, maybe the south side of their angled parking, and then a sidewalk on the other, and lighting it. You know, I want to do all the things. Of course, then we need to figure out how much that's going to cost. But I would be interested to hear what the feedback we've gotten from the neighbors is. I understand that that comment period is still open. So in the interest of time, I will just say thank you for the effort that went into this. And I look forward to hearing what the consensus is from the neighbors and the participants, and kind of see, you know, where the majority of the suggestions are once we get all that tabulated. Thanks.
Okay, I'm back, I think. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Mayor. Thank you.
Oh, so sorry. I don't know what happened. Anyway, I heard Councilor Heisen, and
Yes.
did that get directed to Mr. Monken?
Yes, it was, Mayor. And Mayor Pro Tem Munns now has her hand raised.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Mr. Monken, I also think that that soft parking you suggested over there by the gravel lot with 24 and the side streets, 7 and 16 parking would be a great idea. I also like Councilman Servatius' idea about the light that would light up around those dugouts that seem to be a haven for trouble, with the precautionary thing on it, would also be a great idea. So anxious to see what the other comments are. Thank you, sir, for all your work. It was,
Thank you.
and your staff. It was a lot. Beyond the call of duty, thank you.
Okay, so any other council input at this point? Okay, I just have to chime in here. About the time I went off, I thought, oh my gosh, I need to interrupt and say, Mr. Monken, don't you ever stop doing things quickly if you can. Because it's like, yes, we got a complaint. We got more than one complaint, and you jumped on it. And you got our police department involved, and you went through a process. And I just can't tell you how much I appreciate how soon it happened and how much work you've done on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So with that, I guess we're ready to move on to engineering, transportation benefit district update. And for that, we have our city engineer, Alex Warner, coming on.
Thank you, Mayor.
Right?
And council members. Yeah, it's good to be back and see you all again. I'd agree, Mick is being much too humble. It's not a coincidence. Our responsiveness has increased considerably since he joined the team. So it's great having him on board. I will give you the transportation benefits district update, and this is for the entire program. We have the third year of our TBD coming up. In the first year in 2020, the revenue generated from the tax increase was $793,000. We expended about $317,000 for the chip seals and overlays in the northwest quadrant of the city. The ending balance for that year was $476,000. This past year in 2021, we're not through 2021 yet, but we project about $800,000 in revenue. We expended approximately $250,000. We're waiting on the final bill from Island County on that. So the ending balance, including 2020 and 2021, is just over $1 million. For 2022, we're projecting $824,000 in revenue. Also projecting approximately $500,000 in expenditures. So the overall ending balance will be about $1.3 million. So we have about 100 lane miles of local streets in the city, and to address all of those streets within 10 years, that's about 10 lane miles per year we need to be treating. So for 2020, 2021, and 2022, the total lane miles we've addressed, and those are the overlays and the chip seals, is 23.4. So we're just under 8 lane miles per year. What we've actually accomplished and are planning to accomplish this 2022. We are looking for ways to increase that and get onto that target number of 10 lane miles per year. What we've found is we have a significant number of utilities that need to be replaced in some of these streets, and we have been setting those streets aside in order for us to go out and replace water mains, for instance. The overlay on Southeast Bayshore Drive last year, I'm sure you guys saw that we had 2 water main breaks on that, and that is what we're looking to avoid. The vibratory roller of the construction equipment is just too hard on the AC water mains. So we have a plan in 2022, GLENCOE, Southeast 4th, and potentially Regatta. We're going to be replacing AC water mains. And then once we have that accomplished, we'll come in and do the overlays as part of the TBD. So that is the extra 1.5 lane miles shown here that we are going to be doing after that utility replacement work. So here's an overview of what we've accomplished over the last couple of years. We have been taking a quadrant approach of what streets to address. So 2020, we were in the Northwest. We did chip seals and overlays. 2021 was the Southwest. We did only overlays. And that is due to our partnership with Island County. In 2020, they were doing both overlays and chip seals. 2021, they informed us that they were going to be swapping each year, doing only chip seals and then only overlays. So that is why we did no chip seals in 2021. So for 2022, we're looking mainly at the southeast quadrant of the city, though we do have a little bit getting up into the northeast as well. So the dark blue is the chip seal that Island County will be doing for us. The light blue are overlays, and we are actually going to be doing that in-house. We'll be putting together the plans, specifications, and estimates. And we are able to do that because of the added capacity with the new engineering technician position in our group. And we brought that individual on board in September. So now that we can do that work in-house, that gives us flexibility for the streets that we can overlay or other treatments we can do. We were finding with Island County that they needed a lot of lead time to determine what streets we were putting the treatments on. So this last year, we basically missed our opportunity to add streets when we were finding streets had water main issues that we couldn't overlay. Additionally, we could have some cost savings doing this in-house with bidding it out early in the year. We can set an open schedule to just have a target window of, say, June to September for the street work, and then we'll have a lower administrative cost since we'll be doing that in-house. So there's an overview for you, and I can answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you very much. Turn to council for questions. Can't see any from here.
No questions on this end, Mayor.
Great, okay. Then we'll move on to Northeast 7th Avenue Reconstruction Project Update. Still got our city engineer, Alex. Welcome back.
Yes, thank you. Just give me a moment. Okay, so this is a follow-up from the last workshop. Nick provided an update to council on the Northeast 7th Avenue reconstruction. At that meeting, we provided two options for the design layout of the road. Option one had sidewalk and bike lanes, both sides of the street. Option two, we had a sidewalk for portions of the north side of the street and a shared use path for pedestrians and bicycles on the south side. And council gave us feedback that they wanted to see a modified option one without the landscape buffer between the sidewalk and the street. So here's a new typical section of the road. So we use that landscape buffer now to make a wider sidewalk. So we have 8-foot sidewalks rather than our standard 5-foot sidewalks. And again, we narrow down when we're going through the wetland boundary by reducing the width of the sidewalk, the traveled lanes, and the bike lanes. So this is a new layout. Again, the standard or typical image there of our new layout with the wider sidewalks. So the landscape strip has been eliminated. And again, this provides continuous sidewalk and bike lanes on both sides of the street. And the wetland impacts have not changed from the option one that we presented previously. So here's the section or the image of the modified option one with the wider sidewalks. And we're looking to have support from council to move forward to the 60% design with this. But before we do that, I've got two other items for you real quick. We have a roundabout at the west end of the project at Oak Harbor Road. So this was recommended by the traffic engineering consultant. It was not originally in the scope of this project. We were stopping just short of this intersection. So in order to construct this roundabout, we have an estimated construction cost of $1.75 million and an added design cost we would need to include in the near term of $150,000. So the benefit of constructing this roundabout is it provides a sufficient level of service for the next 20 years, though it does come at the cost of approximately $2 million. So we'll need to identify additional funding. If we do not include this as part of the project, the engineering report recommends or says that the intersection needs a traffic signal in approximately 10 years. On the east side of the project, we have a recommended left turn lane to add for the signal up at SR20. This does have significant right-of-way impacts for the property owners in this area, anywhere from about 5 feet to 14 feet strip take of their property would be required to add this left turn lane. But with this added left turn lane, we'll have a level of service C at the intersection in 10 years, the 42-second delay, and a projected level of service D with a 71-second delay if we do not construct the left turn lane. The traffic engineer also pointed out that at high peak times of queuing, if we do not have the left turn lane, we could have the traffic backing up past the Whidbey Health EMS facility identified there. So we're looking for input on proceeding with the overall concept, and then if we should proceed with the roundabout with the added cost impacts, and if we should proceed with the left turn lane SR20. With that, I'll answer any questions you may have.
Okay, before we turn to council, I just have, I guess, one quick question about the funding for the west end roundabout. Do we have any idea where that needs to come from or might come from?
I would go back to IRTPO at the TAC meeting and request additional funding. We've done that several times for this project, and even if we don't proceed with the roundabout, we still need additional funding that we need to obtain through that group.
Yeah, okay. Okay, we'll turn to council now. Thank you very much, Alex. Nice job. Turn to council for questions. See Councilor Wiesner.
Thank you, Mayor. And yeah, thanks for the very clear and concise presentation, Alex. Great job. Just my general thoughts is the roundabout. I think we're not at let's face it, we're 10 years out for a traffic light. I don't think the roundabout timing is correct. I know the traffic engineers love them, but I travel that intersection on a real regular basis, and I just don't feel as though I've ever sat there and said, boy, I wish there was a traffic light here right now or a roundabout. The other direction, however, I can see. Highway 20, we've got, Harbor Freight going in there to the old Office Max. You've got the traffic coming out of there. You've got the traffic coming off Northeast Harvest. You have the traffic coming there off of, I can't remember the other street over there by Coochie Park, coming that way. So you're feeding quite a bit. Most of the people are turning onto the highway. You've got, of course, the left turns that you're also dealing with coming down off of the other side of 7th Avenue, turning onto the highway, heading westbound. So I think, in my view, it probably makes sense there at the highway. To at least examine that. I know that's going to be a lot of work. We've got, like you say, we've got significant right-of-way challenges there, and we're going to have to look at what those acquisition costs are and how that affects the folks that are there. But that would be my 2 cents. I love the idea on the east end and the west end. I think that's something we just need to deal with as we get a little further down the road. Thanks again. Great job.
Yeah, thank you, council member.
Thank you, Councilor Wiesner. Any other input or questions?
Yes, Mayor, Councilmember Servadius' hand is raised.
Okay, great. Councilor Servadius.
Mr. Warner, great to see you on camera again. Good to have you. Couple of comments. I'd love to have the grass there, but I agree with the modified one. It's difficult to maintain those buffers. Not only do we need to potentially water them or not water them in the summer months here, but then to mow them. One of the concerns I would have, we have very few east-west connectors in our city, and then we've talked about that over the years. And if you look at this, not only I totally agree with the stuff on the east side there by what was Office Max, which will now be Harbor Freight on Highway 20, needing a left turn lane. But if we look at the other side, remember what we're building, what we're trying to build is something called a regional ball field. And so all those people that want to get over to that regional ball field have, I don't know of any other, I'd have to pull up a map, but east-west connectors. And while I do agree with Mr. Wiesner that right now you're not sitting there for very long, I think it's absolutely something we should try and get in the process to look at, especially if there's IRTPO funding, because if we could build in 5 to 7 years Harbor Heights or 7 to 10, you're absolutely going to have a large influx of people that are going to be trying to get from the east side of the city. The fastest route over there right now is 7th Avenue. That is the route over there. So let's not, let's look at what's coming down the road. And so I think a roundabout there could make a lot of sense. Thank you.
Mayor,
Sorry about that.
Mayor, Councilmember Heisen has her hand raised.
Thank you, Julie. Councilor Heisen.
Thank you, Julie and Mayor. And thank you, Alex. The modified option 1 looks beautiful. Getting a sidewalk on that poor street is so long overdue. I'm really excited that this is moving forward. And I appreciate the feedback from the traffic engineer about the roundabout and the turn lane, both of which I think are good ideas. One of my just personally biggest frustrations with this council position is that it seems like so much time and money and attention goes to the problem that's immediately in front of us, instead of things like, what is this going to look like in 10 years, 20, 40, 60? And so, while I agree that it's probably not an emergency issue right now. I think that the city has a really bad habit of waiting until something absolutely needs to be done and then taking 10 years to do something about it. So the kind of information I want is the 10-year plus projections. So whether or not we choose to act on that right now, I really appreciate getting that information from you. So yes, I would support all the things again, and then again, the first question I have is how are we going to pay for that? So I would definitely support pursuing, looking at financing options and making those things a reality. In the meantime, definitely get those sidewalks and bike lanes up. Great work. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. So just for some clarity, if I could get that, are you wanting us to pursue the roundabout separately after this project or as part of this project?
I'm guessing that the least expensive option would be to include it as part of the project. Would that be a correct assumption?
Yes.
Then I think we should probably explore that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other council response to that, or questions, or?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilor Wiesner.
Mayor Pro Tem Munns does have her hand raised as well.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I would agree. Let's save a little bit of money. Let's do both projects because this street has been kicked down the road a lot of times. We spent a lot of money on a design, and the shelf life was only 5 years, and that was a long time ago. They've been working on this, I believe, ever since I got on council in '08. So let's not kick the can. Let's aim for the future, and we know the traffic's going to be there, especially with the regional park. So I'd say as much as we can, do them both at once. And I love the new design for option 1. Thank you, Alex.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Councilor Wiesner.
Thank you, Mayor. So I guess the ultimate question I have, Alex, is if, we've been working on this Northeast 7th project for quite some time, and it seems like we're, pretty close to the finish line. You've come up with a great modified option for us, which I greatly appreciate. And I think we're all in consensus now, with the marching orders to move forward. What kind of timeline is it going to add to this project to kind of stop, look for funding, and do these modifications?
That's a great question, and I don't have a good feel for it, but I would say it could add, potentially months to the project. We have 30% design now, and moving to final design, we then have a year, typically about a year of right-of-way acquisition that we'll need to pursue, and then construction after that. So if we had been a little closer to the schedule that I'd set out at the beginning of the year, we would be moving into right-of-way acquisition in 2022 and construction in 2023. I would say now we're looking more likely that construction will begin in 2024 after the completion of this design and that additional funding cycle to include this roundabout.
So, and I appreciate that, and I know that was a hard question that I gave you. I appreciate the answer. So I guess I'm just going to toss out there, it's a bit of a safety issue. I mean, that's why we're doing this, right? I mean, this is one of the sections of our city that has no sidewalks or segmented sidewalks on one side. I saw some complaints on Facebook just the other day of a lady who said she almost hit some kids coming out of Harvest Drive. There was a group of them, and apparently they swerved around that little barricade or whatever that's there at the end of the sidewalk and out into the line of traffic, and she almost hit those kids. you know, and again, I'm not tossing it out there to be derogatory. I'm just making sure that we're all communicating, right? I mean, this, you know, this is a project that we designated as a safety issue a couple of years ago, and you know, I just have, I guess, an issue adding another year to that. That if we really want to talk about making pedestrians safe. I do also want to point out to the other council members that, you know, we've got Gun Club Road to be extended. That's on the CIP. There is a dedication that we're in the process, I think, of working on that runs through 5 acres off of Goldie Road, runs up, connects to Oak Harbor Road. You know, I'm not saying that we could construct that for $2 million, but I'm just saying that there might be some other options that $2 million could go to that could actually add another east-west route rather than the roundabout. So I just wanted to toss that out. And again, Alex, appreciate the straightforward answers. Really do.
Thank you, Councilor Wiesner. Anyone else at this time? So you feel like you've got your marching orders there, Alex and Nick, on that?
Yeah, I'll proceed with the modified option 1, including the roundabout and left turn lane, and look for additional funding sources, and come back to council with some documentation to add the design.
So I just have kind of a, it's not a question I want an answer to right now, but so if we decide to go ahead on this because of the need that we have, but we don't have the right of way for the roundabout on the other end, we know that we can get that right of way, even if we, because in the end, I guess if we have to condemn the right of way, the portions that we need, we can do that. Could we move ahead quicker? Just, I mean, I guess what I'm saying is this is an emergency in the sense that we know we've got potential accidents going to happen there. So we decided to start this project knowing at the other end, on the east end, west end, I'm sorry, that we can, that we're going to ultimately do a roundabout, and we'll acquire that right away, one way or the other. We'll buy it or we'll condemn it. Could we move ahead with that? And I don't want an answer right now. I'm just saying that I think Councilor Wiesner convinced me that you're right. We've been, or he's right. We need to move ahead. And I'm just saying let's compare notes and see what we can do about that. Don't want an answer right now, but thank you. Thank you very much. So, okay, sorry. We'll move on to, and thank you for all the work you've done on this. Appreciate it. So we'll move ahead then to communications IT management. At this point, Wave Internet Services for the city update. We have Central Services Supervisor Sandra Place. Sandra, you're still with us. Thank you. Oh my goodness.
Here, thank you.
Wow.
I can share my screen here.
You're the greatest. Thanks.
Okay, so I'm just going to provide a quick update on where we're at on the Wave Internet service. On September 21st, Council approved the mayor to sign off on the Wave business solution. After signing the contract, the city was advised that we needed to do a little bit more installation and that it would be delayed due to having to build out a new fiber optic facility to both of our buildings. We did a site visit with the Wave representative on October 20th, and we have an implementation plan, which is for the clean water facility. You can see here on this picture that Zipley's vault is right next to the Wave vault. So really all we're going to do is come out of the Wave vault into the red and go into the existing conduit into our existing server room. Then at City Hall, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to come off of the Ireland, that's Ireland Street there, and come into the City Hall building into the same area where Zipley currently is. So WAVE and the city IT staff are working together to install these connections at both sites. And until then, we have contacted Ziply, and we are on a month-to-month basis with them until we can be completely onto WAVE. And WAVE tells us the worst case scenario will be 6 months out. And that's all I have.
Great. Thank you very much. Council questions?
No questions on this end?
Not seeing any. Thank you very much, Sandra.
Thank you.
We will now move on to IT presentation, phishing scheme. Sabrina, you still with us?
I am, Mayor. Can everybody see my screen
Yes.
with the PowerPoint?
Yes,
Okay,
we
just
can.
want to make sure. Okay, great. All right, so per council's request, I just, in recent conversations about keeping you up to date, a recent phishing scheme or scam happened with our city network and our city emails, and what we wanted to do is just share an update on that with you. So what I'm going to do is walk you through what happened. Sorry, I lost my screen for a second there. So what is phishing? Phishing is, as you can see in this picture is depicted, it's using emails posing as someone that a staff member may think is a reputable organization or individual and requesting specific information. Typically, the goal is to get some passwords or credit card numbers. So how did this happen for the city? Exactly this scenario. An employee opened an email from what appeared to be a reputable organization that they work with regularly and accessed a link in that email. The link was talking about an RFP and an invitation to bid. So the impacts and response, our IT team was just super quick on this. Within 3 minutes, they were aware of the issue and were looking at ways to stop it. They were working with staff within 10, and we were starting to get notifications out and try to make staff aware of it. As soon as we were aware of the specifics, we started notifying employees. We also forwarded that message to City Council, so some of you probably saw that. We started working with staff to set up two-step authentication. We did, after doing some researching, start confirming that the email was only an attack on the email system. It did not go into the network. Because it did get outside of our emails to local businesses in the community, we did notify the public. And then we continued to research the origination of the scam, and we also notified our insurance. So I know the big question is going to be, where did it come from? So this is a little visual for everybody. It went from North Woodby Fire Station to ICOM, ICOM to the police department to City Hall out to local businesses. It is that simple and it is that fast. We did see some of the local business ones and other ones continue to come back, but we had already started putting some steps in place to address that. So what's next? We need to increase staff training. We had already done some initial staff training to let staff know what you need to look out for and how to recognize these things, but they're getting smarter. And so some of the tools we've reminded people about, we have to constantly remind and work on it. It's muscle memory, and so we need to do that. How we know that training staff works is that we actually had some staff who said, I didn't click on it because I thought you were testing me. And that is just a reminder that continuous testing will help our employees. So what we need to do is also increase our security. We're going to start adding two-step verification to employee accounts. We're going to roll that out to more accounts. We're also looking into purchasing additional security prevention firewall protection. And IT started using a trial version. And at this point, I'm going to turn the presentation over to our IT staff so that they can give us a clear picture of some of the next steps we can take. Adrian?
Hey there. Thanks for having me. So yeah, I'm happy to talk about these next steps and some options that are out here. So as you can see, really as Sandra already pointed out, the training is going to be the biggest number one thing. I mean, no matter how much we have in place in terms of protection and what have you, there's always that human element. And, the more training we have that lets people recognize, what's good, what's bad, what's suspicious, that's our number one defense. But with anything else, you need to have defense in depth. Otherwise, you get past one, you need to get past everything. So now we are looking at other options for email protection. We always have been. I mean, the city is underneath of a spam firewall already, which is, highly rated. It works rather well. I mean, it's blocking 15,000 emails or so a month right now that are otherwise would get through. And it uses a lot of different types of blockage from technologies like SPF and DKIM, which are, recognized, international spam fighting, all the way down to proprietary intent analysis that looks at things. So one of the things we're looking at is called Barracuda Sentinel, which is designed specifically just for spear phishing or phishing. Phishing is what happened. They threw a broad net. Spear phishing is more about what was targeted to the city, where they actually proposed, this is an RFP to you from me. That's considered spear phishing. And then the idea behind the Barracuda Sentinel is that it looks for those types of things and helps provide that extra layer of protection specifically for that process. And then last but not least, the enhanced protection for the firewalls and VPNs. And so as she talked about it's called MFA or 2FA, multi-factor authentication or two-factor authentication. Basically right now it's one step, 1FA, whereas you have a password. MFA or multi-factor is where you have something you have, the password, and then something which is the password, but then the MFA part comes into like an application that you have on your phone or some sort of a push notification or a code you type in that is separate. So even if somebody does get a hold of your password, they still don't have that aspect of it. And there's some free ones we can use, there's some paid ones we can use. We're looking at a combination of all the above depending upon what technology we're looking to protect. All right, I'm ready for the next slide.
So with that, we just wanted to find out if council had any questions, and we do have the city IT team experts here, as well as myself and Sandra, so that we can address those questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabrina and Adrian. Any questions
Mayor?
regarding?
Councilmember Servadius has his hand raised.
Yes, Councilor Servadius.
Thank you. Mr. Santangelo, great to hear your voice. It's been a while. Question on this particular spear phishing scheme. What if, and I didn't, if someone clicks on the link or responds, I mean, I saw it and I thought it was odd, so I just deleted it. What is the risk? Specifically, I'm curious in this instance, would they have had to have replied and then they would have fished for more information? Or just by clicking on the link, does that open up some kind of a malware or something that would have further complicated things?
Fantastic question. And so we actually studied this quite extensively to see, and we have seen both in the past. On this particular one, we did not see anything that was set up from JavaScript to malware to anything else that was designed to grab credentials without actually entering them in the form that popped up on the website. Now, that to say, during our investigation, one of the first things that we do whenever something like this happens is we track down where it's coming from and we report where it's coming from to help avoid it from spreading any farther. And the provider that was hosting the malicious site actually acted fairly quickly. And so, though we reacted in 6 minutes and had it locked down in 10 to 11 minutes, we discovered the provider within about 20 minutes and alerted them. They had the site actually shut down in about an hour and a half. So during our process of looking things up, it was actually difficult to fully find that answer. But from what we saw during our time frame, what we captured and mirrored and all that, it appeared it was only looking for people to actually enter their credentials to access this fake RFP. And when those credentials were entered, then the attacker would probably put it into a script or what have you to either send out more emails or what have you. So as we saw people or were told that people came forward that, hey, I clicked the link or hey, I entered credentials, we immediately locked them down as it was. And that's the best thing to do. We're not looking to place blame on anyone when something like this happens. And to be honest, it's very difficult to even point a finger at somebody because they were just following what looked to be a legitimate thing and a legitimate request. At the same time, the sooner that we know information, the faster we can respond and help lock things down. And there are a couple, we'll call them collateral damage of people that have their passwords reset that didn't necessarily need to, but they fit suspicious profiles. I believe like We had somebody that was traveling that got locked out because, they were having logins from different places, et cetera. So in this particular case, it looked to be only capturing credentials, but until we knew that for sure, we took extra precautions.
Super. Thank you for the update. Unfortunately, in today's world, this is something we deal with, but appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely.
And I just wanted to real quick say huge thank you to the IT team at SAMTIV. They were proactive, got on it, worked with our staff immediately, and I cannot thank them enough for keeping those of us, Sandra and myself, informed of what was going on so that we knew what was going on and could educate staff.
Thank you, Sabrina and Adrian. Thank you very much. Okay, last item on our agenda tonight is City Administrator's Report. So, Mr. Olborn, do you have, well, I guess I'll just ask council. Do they have any questions?
Mayor, Councilmember
Yes.
Heisen has her hand raised.
Councilor Heisen.
Thank you. I do have a question. I appreciate the information in the report, Blaine. Thank you. And I have a question about the finance utility department. So this might not be a Blaine question. This might be a Dave question,
I'll do my best. Yeah.
The hourly receipt volume, receipt of what? What does that mean?
David left. I will follow
We lost him.
That's the way he had to leave early, so I will follow up with him, hourly receipt, and get you an answer on that, and to the whole group. So, thank you for that question.
Thank you.
Okay, and also, Mayor, if you can, I wanted to do an introduction, because I have a smiling face on the screen here.
Okay.
I wanted the council, it's kind of the Zoom meet, unfortunately, nowadays, but I mean, we want to do our best. But we have a new employee in the administration team, and Mikhail Finko comes with us from Florida with a lot of experience in cities. We just do things a little differently, but she's got a lot of great skills, and we welcome her to the team, and she's been a great asset to us, and we're glad to train her, and she's assimilating really quickly. So thank you, Mikhail, and thank you for being on board, and certainly the council's here, and I did an email introduction too, so I know the council doesn't always see their emails up introduction, so I'm kind of doing multiple mediums here, but please stop by and say hi to her, and she'll do a lot of what the same work that that Lisa used to do, and she'll be coming up to speak very quickly. So welcome, Mikhail, to the team here. And of course, it's a long meeting when she's waiting around at the end to be introduced. So thank you for your patience there. And then I just wanted to make a quick comment on, I'm prepared to talk about development services. On the last page there, just so you know, on the development services, we have 140 units under construction right now. That's good progress here, and we do have two number of developments, two large ones, hopefully will come online very soon. Hopefully with the Gary Oaks will come online very soon, and then the Hillside preliminary we're working on. Staff's been working very diligently in doing a development agreement and giving some flexibility that's not it's done in other states, but it's not common here in Washington. And then I'll follow up on the finance question. And thank you.
Okay, thank you, Blaine. Any other questions? Well, okay, I want to say, oh my goodness, thanks for your patience today. Started at 2, what is it, 7:30 now? My goodness, 5.5 hours for a workshop meeting. Well, I'm thinking that I'm coming back to City Hall very soon, and we're going to work on cutting these timeframes down a little bit. But listen, I want to tell staff that I cannot tell you enough how much I appreciate the hard work that you do every day. And I know that this meeting had a lot of items we needed to cover. Thank you so much. Thank you, council, for all of your work, your time, your patience. Thank you so much. And unless there's any other business.
Mayor, I believe we do have council comments.
Good, great. Let's do that. Oh, you're right. It says city council at the bottom of my agenda, but I guess I just didn't see the word comments. Let's go there. I see Councilor Heisen. Please.
Thank you, Mayor. We've been trying to get a city council group photo scheduled. And I realize at the end of a 5.5 hour meeting, nobody cares about scheduling our city council group photo, but it's not something that I can communicate with everyone about via email. So I have to bring it up in public. But we are trying to be efficient and do the group photo on a council meeting day, but we're having a hard time finding one like before December, in which every single one of us is going to be here. So I just wanted to throw out there for feedback from council members about maybe pushing the photo to the December 7th meeting, if everyone can be here for that meeting, or if we will just scrap the idea of trying to do it when we're all here anyway and actually schedule a special day and time for us all to come in and take the picture. And so we could do it sooner than that. So throwing it out there, Julie is our contact person for scheduling that. So I'd be interested to know what everyone's schedule is like. Thank you.
7th works for me. This is Erica.
Okay. Works for me.
Works for me.
Anyone else?
Works for Joel.
Joel's in. Beth's
I'll certainly
in.
put it on my schedule. At this point, it works for me, but it's hard to say. That's a long time away.
December 7th? Long time away. Okay.
And maybe
Well-
5:30-ish before our meeting?
Fine with me.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you. You gotta
Thank
be there
you.
too.
Anyone
Well,
else?
it's history,
Council-
Mayor. We have 4 women council members, and that needs to be documented in a picture.
There you
I'm
go.
sorry. There.
Wow, good point, for sure. Councilor Wiesner, you got your hand up?
Yes, Mayor, I just wanted to say quick, welcome, Mikhail, and, welcome to the team, and look forward to working with you, and thank you, staff, 5.5 hours above and beyond. Appreciate you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, great, thanks. Have a good evening. We'll see you again soon.